Postpaid mobile customers who add and keep a Fios 1 gig plan save $300 a year when enrolling in Mobile Plus Home Discount.
With the incredibly spacious 3-row Chevy Traverse, you can change
Let's just meet at the concert.
into
Why don't I pick all you guys up on the way?
the advanced safety engineered Chevy Blazer EV lets you turn, you think we should turn back? Into
full steam ahead.
And with the affordable Equinox EV,
Keep an eye out for the next Charger, kids.
becomes,
Get comfortable, kids. We'll be home in 4 hours.
for summer adventures, Chevy's got you. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text AREA to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text AREA to 42424. That's AREA to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Tonight, 6:40 Phillies Nationals game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tonight.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, August 15th. This is the Fox News Rundown. Another round of talks set for today on a ceasefire hostage deal between Israel and Gaza. Former President Donald Trump reportedly spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu Wednesday, according to Axios, to encourage him to agree to the mediated deal. Pentagon spokesperson Major General Pat Ryder on Fox's Neil Cavuto Live saying,
the bottom line is no one wants to see a regional war, and that's why you see this full-court diplomatic press to try to prevent that from happening. But should Israel be attacked, the United States military is prepared to help Israel defend itself, just like we were on April 13th.
A newly released Fox News poll on the presidential race finds former President Donald Trump has a razor-thin margin over Vice President Kamala Harris. The Fox News survey of more than 1,100 voters finding Trump leading Harris 50 to 49%. 38% of people questioned said the economy is the most important issue for them, followed by immigration and abortion, tied at 14%. President Biden and Vice President Harris travel to Prince George's County, Maryland today to discuss how they are lowering costs for Americans. And J.D. Vance will deliver remarks at a campaign event at New Kensington, Pennsylvania. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dom Giordano.
Where's the arm check?
Yeah, how's it doing?
It looks pretty frightening.
No doctor yet?
Well, no doctor. Eric, I'm told you get hit on the golf course all the time.
So I got hit yesterday, and about 2 weeks ago, I got hit twice by the same guy. I mean,
what the heck is going on there? Where you got hit, Eric?
I got hit twice in the leg, once in the back. I've gotten hit in the head from a ricochet off a tree. Like, it happens frequently.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
If it's been a minute since you've considered an Infiniti, well, it's time to take another look. Head over to Infiniti of Westchester today and secure rates as low as 4.99% on Infiniti certified pre-owned models. And this month, take advantage of amazing offers on new Infinitis during our end of summer event. Don't wait. Visit us in-store at Infinity of Westchester today, or visit us online at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
No one is happy to discover that the air conditioner is broken, and it always breaks on the hottest day of the summer in the middle of the night. That's why so many homeowners have Oliver's Peace of Mind membership. For as little as $13 a month, Oliver maintains your home's cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems all year long. Membership also includes annual inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, and priority emergency service. Call Oliver today or visit us online at oliverheatcool.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Carmine's Eatery in Newtown Square is where modern American cuisine meets Mediterranean fare. Enjoy fresh spins on classic dishes, elevated Neapolitan pies, and an exciting beverage program to wash it all down with. With its sleek, spacious interior and relaxing vibe, Carmine's Eatery is your new and delicious escape. Whether fine dining, a big celebration, or just taking in a game at the bar. With $3 Miller Lite bottles or $5 Peroni drafts, Carmine's in Newtown Square has it all. Visit carmineseatery.com and enjoy responsibly.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go, so I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Walmart reports earnings today, along with Coach's parent company Tapestry and Deere. Retail sales numbers for July are out this morning. Economists believe sales rose 0.3% from June. There's another closely watched update on the job market today, the number of new claims for unemployment benefits filed last week. Economist Kenneth Rogoff believes recent reports support the Fed cutting interest rates in September, though he says it's unclear what they will do at the meetings later in the year.
As far as the Fed, I think it's very clear they wish they'd cut in July. I don't think there's any question about where they're going in September. But I also think there's a lot of disagreement within the Fed about where they're going, and they're probably having more trouble sorting that out.
The National Association of Home Builders releases its housing market index for this month. And that's your Fox Business Report. I'm Laura Cantor, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
We're still paying more for food and housing and a lot of things, but inflation is coming back down. For the first time in over 3 years, the annual rate of consumer price increase is under 3%, 2.9 in July compared to a year ago. And while President Biden says we're making real progress fighting inflation, former President Trump says
it will be a whole of government effort to raise the standard of living and make American life affordable again. It's going to really be a very important thing, affordable, because it's not affordable.
That was at a Trump rally in Asheville, North Carolina yesterday.
She's attempting to abolish oil, coal, and natural gas. 84% of U.S. energy supplied. She wants it ended. Do you think that's going to lift your prices a little bit? Think of that.
The former president blames the Biden administration and his new Democratic rival, Vice President Harris, for a surge in prices after he was in office. Groceries and housing up more than 20%, over 30% for energy. Car insurance costs 50% more than 4 years ago. But the rate of increase has come way down.
That's a great thing for the consumer, for the economy, for hardworking Americans.
Robert Wolf is a Fox News contributor who was an economic advisor for President Obama. He's also the former chairman and CEO of UBS Americas.
Certainly, it's, 75% or so off its peak, maybe 65% off its peak. But we need to continue to have wages go up and prices come down so the purchasing power of that dollar continues to be strong. That's the most important thing. So, kitchen table discussions are not burdened continually with these high prices. We just need to work on getting them down. And I know that that's what the Biden-Harris administration has been, working on for the last, couple of years.
One of the hardest things, I'm certain, though, when you're trying to say that you're making progress like President Biden's saying, and you said 60 or 70% down off the peak of inflation, that's not a price cut. Prices continue to rise, and people keep seeing higher prices. And even wholesale report the other day shows that we're still seeing some pretty big jumps in certain food items, whether it be fruit or eggs or beef. So it's hard to get that across because people aren't seeing a cut, even though it sounds like there's a cut.
Yeah. So, Dave, I could easily give you in some areas where the glass is half full and some areas where the glass is half empty. Certainly the trend has been a positive. That's just a fact. It's never an easy discussion when hardworking Americans feel, their pocketbook being pinched. Wages have outperformed inflation for almost a year and a half now. That's a good thing. And that's what we need to continue. What I would also say is, unfortunately, a lot of food and energy are global commodities. And it's not just predicated on what's happening in the U.S. Certainly the geopolitical risk in the Ukraine and Russia and the Middle East does not help things like agriculture and energy.
Right. Now, the one thing I imagine that the president might tout is at the gas pump, even though the price is a lot higher than it was when he took office, prices are down 40 cents from 1 year ago.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question gas prices are down and they want to have them continue to come down. And, I've heard former President Trump talk about his way to stem inflation was going to be drill, baby, drill.
Right.
That is so yesterday, because as you know, Dave, we are more energy independent today than we've ever been. We are having more energy supply, about 14 billion barrels a day 14 million barrels a day than we've ever had. And a lot of energy companies have capability to drill more and are not, and are moving a lot of their investment spend to renewables.
You know, when people say they want prices to go down, we keep talking about the rate of increase coming down. Prices don't actually drop unless there's deflation, and that typically only happens when things are going really bad in the economy, correct?
So I would probably frame it a little different.
Okay.
You know, part of the good things, David, have impacted inflation. You know, in our lifetime, we never had COVID. We never had where the entire globe closed and the supply chains were, for the most part, incapable of transacting goods and services. And then all of a sudden, the nation reopened, the globe reopened, and the exuberance of people wanting to go out and start living life again. All of a sudden, you have a lot of these different costs that get passed on to the consumer. It's one of the reasons I think once when we chatted, you know, I'm not supportive of the Trump tariff plan. That's another tax being passed to the consumer. So I would just say that a lot has gone on the last few years that has impacted inflation. And certainly these companies have not decided to unwind some of the things that they went through during those COVID years.
All right. You talked about the labor market. We have had unemployment, the rate go up. We had the report that came out from last month that sent the stock market for a day into a tizzy and a huge sell-off. The number of Americans with continuing unemployment claims is at an almost 3-year high. Does that make you nervous?
Well, listen, I think that one thing why I'm now for a Fed cut, and I have not been before, is because their job is to oversee monetary policy. And the three things that they focus on, being a former head of a bank, is bank regulation, unemployment, and inflation. And right now, they have been working on a multi-year plan. I don't look at anything on a only month-by-month basis. Mm-hmm. I look at it that we've had 43 straight months of private sector job gains. There will be a few months that are much higher than expected and a few months that are somewhat lower than expected. But overall, the labor market is incredibly strong.
Okay. Now, there have been some people who have been arguing that the Federal Reserve waited too long for a rate cut, that if they could go back to July, they would have done it then as opposed to waiting to September. And some people think it'll be a half-point cut in September. What do you think of that?
I would respectfully disagree, and I know that there's a lot of debate on that, Dave. I mean, my view is they have stayed with a 2.5 inflation rate. I mean, this is the first time, as you mentioned to start the show, that the rate of inflation is below 3%. So if they're trying to stay somewhat true to their target rate, this is the first time that I think, you know, it feels ready to me. I would also say that, you know, we've had a few months where the labor market feels less tight. There are now more jobs available than job seekers. So it feels to me that we're ready to start moving the other way. I have not been supportive of that before.
Now, there have been, over the last several years, when gas got to $5 a gallon, it was like, okay, now here's a recession. Didn't happen. We've had other times in the last couple of years where people predicted a recession, didn't happen. And we've had those predictions come back up here again with the jobs report lately. Do you see us avoiding a recession again this time?
I don't think we will be in a recession because I also think we're underestimating the impact of infrastructure, the revitalization of industrial America, factory construction at like a 2-decade high. And so I think what we're going to see is a lot of other things contribute to actually growth in this economy.
Today, President Biden and Vice President Harris will be at an event in Maryland talking about lowering inflation at a time when many polls have shown that more voters trust former President Trump on the economy. At an NBC News forum of black voters in Philadelphia, July 19th, this voter blamed the administration.
They're killing us without killing us. If you understand that. They're killing us without telling us they're killing us. They're hurting people in ways that they can't help themselves. It's either feed my child or how about feed my children, and I don't.
Vice President Harris hasn't detailed her economic plan yet. She'll accept the Democratic nomination next week in Chicago.
So I speak to the campaign quite often, and I'm also quite close to the vice president. I think that there's going to be a few different focuses. My guess is one is going to try to work on bringing prices down on things like food and prescription drugs. I think that's going to be front and center. I think a second part will be looking at the housing situation, where a large part, I think a majority of the impact of inflation this month was the increase in the housing sector. And we have a mismatch in housing right now. We used to have first-time buyers were always those who bought existing homes. As if existing homes aren't for sale, and there is a lack of supply of new homes. So we're in a kind of a situation where until we bring rates down, until the Fed brings rates down, there's a bit of a lack of mobility with respect to the homeowner. So we're in a situation that we need to figure out how to build more homes and maybe get involved with what I would say some tax credits for middle and lower tier income workers. But that's going to have to be front and center. Certainly, I think we will continue with, I'll call, infrastructure and industrial America 2.0 as we move from, the idea of the construction of factories, whether we're in Arizona, Wisconsin, Georgia. I mean, there's factories being built everywhere, whether it's a chip plant or the battery plant or the semiconductor plant. And that will drive and move to what I would say an increase in manufacturing.
But in the end, the economy may be the number one issue for voters in November, correct?
I think it should be. Once again, I think a lot of what the Biden-Harris administration did hasn't been done before. We didn't have an infrastructure, bipartisan plan passed. We didn't have a CHIPS Act passed. We didn't have an Inflation Reduction Act passed. So I think there's a lot of good things that happened from a policy basis with this administration, but certainly there's more to do.
Yeah, Republicans say Inflation Reduction Act was badly named because they blame inflation on that act.
Yeah, I would disagree.
Robert Wolf, Fox News contributor, former advisor for President Obama, and also former chairman and CEO for UBS Americas. Great to talk to you. Thank you so much for being back with us.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Robert is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications. I've been an avid fly fisherman. I've been taking Prevagen for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. Lace up your sneakers for Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases on Wednesday, August 28th, when fans 55 and over get a chance to circle the diamond following the Phillies-Astros game starting at 4:05. Secure your seats at Phillies.com. When the sun goes down, we turn the lights up. Fridays at the Bank continue on August 16th at 6:40 when the Phils face the Nats. Join the party and secure your seats at Phillies.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. With just 83 days to go before the election, the margin in the presidential race is razor thin.
According to a Fox News poll of more than 1,100 U.S. voters, Vice President Kamala Harris trails former President Donald Trump by 1 percentage point in the 2024 presidential race, 49 to 50%.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. A month ago, Trump led President Biden by a single percentage point. Former president holding a rally in Asheville, North Carolina yesterday with a focus on the economy.
From the day I take the oath of office, we will rapidly drive prices down and make America affordable again.
Vice President Harris outlining her economic agenda in a speech Friday. And the embattled president of Columbia University, Manu Shafiq, has resigned months after the university was rocked by campus protests over the war in Gaza. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Yankees captain continued to add to his legacy on Wednesday night. Yankees slugger Aaron Judge launched his 300th career home run against the White Sox, becoming the fastest player in MLB history to reach the mark. Judge hit number 300 in his 955th career game and 3,431st career at bat on a 3-0 pitch in the top of the 8th inning, launching a 3-run shot into Chicago's bullpen. He passed Ralph Kiner, who hit his 300th career home run in his 1,087th game, and Babe Ruth, who reached the mark in his 3,831st career at bat. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I was skeptical going into this tournament. Beating South Sudan by 1 point in the build-up to it, I wasn't quite sure what we were going to see. And this was a team that was tested big time against Serbia, falling behind by 17 points and coming from behind to win that game. Incredible. Tested by the home country in front of a raucous French crowd in the gold medal game. Incredible response by Team USA. I saw a bunch of not just millionaire, but multi-millionaire athletes, and in LeBron James's case, a billionaire athlete, competing like they were in high school playing a cross-county rival on a Friday night. And they put those egos aside and committed to something greater than themselves. And what's greater than themselves is country, is the United States of America. They didn't complain about their country in this tournament. They didn't complain about each other. I loved every second of it. I loved watching this team in this tournament. My hat's off to Team USA. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
They say money doesn't grow on trees, but at First Harvest Credit Union, we can help you grow your financial future with our growth savings account. You can earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to get details and open a growth savings account and watch your money grow. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
For eligible individuals 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home. All done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge. Oh, you people are wonderful. Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. We may be able to significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe to the IRS. Taxpayers should know. Huge savings are now being made available through the Fresh Start program that can drastically reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. Even if you haven't filed your taxes in years or are facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or under audit, we can help. We've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today. To see what savings you may qualify for, visit us online at tra.com or call us at 800-511-0379. 800-511-0379. Again, that's 800-511-0379. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, August 15th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is how you jump aboard on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Henry Machette, our associate producers. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday to you as well. Gregory?
How did you do yesterday for the Police Athletic League game?
Well, it's today.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Like, wait, what's going on here?
That's right. I was
How
thinking,
did the Phillies
wait,
do? Well, the Phillies won.
Phillies got Schwarber inspiration.
Yeah.
Grand slam.
Schwarber bombs, baby.
Sorry, I thought it was yesterday.
Yeah, no, actually it was. I'm gonna, I'm gonna, my afternoon looks very clear this afternoon. Me and my mouth. Just go with it when the boss isn't on.
Yeah, so everybody's saying that this is the Phillies, they're back now.
That's right.
They're back after.
Yeah. Well, you can see one poll, and all of a sudden, the life is great, right? If I can give a political analogy, yeah, you beat the fish.
Yeah.
Everything's fine. Back to the World Series. Here we go.
I see what you did there.
Yeah,
it
buddy.
is, by the way, the game tonight will be heard right here on 1210 WPHT, starting at 6:05.
That's right. Zach Wheeler pitching tonight.
Rich Zioli will be very happy because he doesn't have to do his last hour.
Oh, there you go. Good stuff.
Yeah, so he can make dinner for once. No.
Yeah. Give the wife a night off.
Give Bridget a break, would you?
Yeah, throw in one of those Zioli pizzas that we hear about. I've never had one. Looking forward to one day getting the invite.
You're the only guy that's happy to do less work if you call what we do work.
Well, I'm always. I mean, anytime you want to make this show 6 to 9 instead of 6 to 10, I'm good with that.
Sorry. Sorry.
We got a lot of good things to get to today. I want to do a big take on the economy following the news yesterday from the July Consumer Price Index. Also, Donald Trump in North Carolina yesterday. Also, some interesting stories with Trump. Dawn found this story late in the show yesterday about J.D. Vance, perhaps some buyer's remorse. Could we see a campaign shakeup that comes similar to when Kellyanne Conway and Steve Bannon were inserted 8 years ago? Also, apparently the first VP debate is set, and we will see if we get an actual audience for that. We'll give you the details on that front. And also with the DNC set to emanate from Chicago next week, reports are a very resentful big guy. Joe Biden.
He's resentful.
I hate Kamala. I hate Barack. The hell with both of them.
Oh, God.
So we'll see how that plays out next week. We've got the cut sheet, we've got voicemails, and much, much more to get to. And yes, since the Phillies didn't win last night, I will go play in the media softball game today for the Police Athletic League.
Nice.
I was going to hold out if they lost. You guys think I'm joking playing radio? I'm trying to save a franchise here, folks.
You are.
All right.
I'm trying to save a franchise here.
I want my fall to be great.
Yeah.
in many ways. All right, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:04, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. This Thursday morning, August 15th, 69 degrees. Full forecast, a bit warmer today as we inch toward 90, so we'll have that. We are sponsored by Budget Blinds in Kayal Company News Live this morning. Philadelphia police investigating after they say a man was killed after a shooting broke out. South Philadelphia happened last night just before sunset, 1500 block of Snyder Avenue. Police say they found a 25-year-old man who'd been shot multiple times, pronounced dead just a short time later. They believe the victim was shot at least 40 times while he was riding his bicycle and even while he was on the ground. They said that he lived just about 5 blocks from where this shooting happened, where he was gunned down. It was caught on camera, they say, by a local business, as well as a SEPTA bus that was passing through the area. So they're looking through that. The video shows, they say, the victim riding down the street. 3 guys get out of a dark-colored sedan, possibly a Nissan, and just opened fire, just executing him.
I'm sorry, you said 40 times? He was shot 40 times?
40.
I don't think in the history of this show, I don't think I've ever heard you report that many bullets being discharged.
So we don't have the motive. We don't have, they're releasing some of the video, and they'll be talking more today to give more details, but
I mean, obviously it was orchestrated, and there was something involved there.
Yeah, this was.
You don't just shoot somebody 40
Does not appear to be random.
No. This isn't Denzel Washington at the end of Training Day when he gets executed by the Russians. Like 40 times.
40. Jeez. Good Lord. The family will take you to the suburbs where the family of 12-year-old Melinda Hoagland, actually, the lawsuit I'm about to tell you about is filed on behalf of the sisters of this little girl. She weighed just 50 pounds at the time of her death, and the sisters have filed this lawsuit. Lawyers for the girl's estate say there was a systematic failure that led to her death. So she had been taken out of the custody of her own parents, and the suit claims that Melinda Hoagland was failed by the system at many levels of government, including the school district, county child services. They allege that her father, Rendell Hoagland, his girlfriend, Cindy Warren, tormented and beat the girl. The video players, the authorities also said that some of this horrific abuse was actually captured on surveillance cameras inside the couple's Chester County home. And so in this case, the sisters are saying that, or they're her adult half-sisters. They're suing Chester County Children, Youth, and Families, Coatesville Area School District, as well as other government agencies. She had repeated absences. It's a horrific story, but the sisters are saying that the county had been called in, even the school. She had been found to she was taking food in school and storing it in her locker. And so there were some, apparently a teacher or teachers, they were saying something's not right here, had called the county. And so the adult half-sisters are saying that this little girl was failed horribly by, obviously the parents are facing charges, but as well, this is a situation where they say Chester County, as well as the school district, everybody in this child's life failed her.
I'm sure that children and youth would have intervened if the parents were not acknowledging the child by their proper pronouns, though. But this type of abuse can just go almost unaccounted for by the authorities. I mean, you talk about a systematic failure. Jeez. That's terrible.
It's just horrible. We have, and Nick, you had mentioned you're going to talk about some Trump news. I know that Trump is in New Jersey today, expected to hold a news conference in his Bedminster Golf Club. But I'll take you to Soudertown, where the school board meeting was canceled last night after the community, many in the community are now demanding that the board address what they call a lewd comment that one of the board members allegedly has put out there on social media regarding Vice President and presidential candidate Kamala Harris.
I saw this. I think, Stalker, you had this in our email last week and for one of our shows, and we never got to it. but this is in regards to a comment that this board member made on social media in a negative fashion about Kamala, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So this all started, as you say, it started a week or so ago. This individual, William Formica, he allegedly put out a post on his social media account on X accusing Harris of performing sex acts to get ahead in her political career. The Willie comments, etc.
Yeah, which is certainly a narrative or maybe even factual out there, allegedly. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was an original thing, if he liked it or retweeted something. I don't have that. I can't remember. I know that we did have it in our stack from Greg a couple weeks ago, but he was absent from last night's board meeting, and within minutes, many in attendance, they're pressing the board about his post and demanding that he resign. So we have that going on.
Okay.
Despite many, repeatedly, despite this, many are asking the board members just to amend their meeting agenda to include discussions about his comment. And so there's a lot of back and forth on this one.
Okay.
Consequence culture. You don't have to put everything on social media. Not everything needs to be on Twitter. Just stop. Just stop with your dumb opinions.
Some people
just stop with your dumb opinions.
Some
That's
people
what
just
talk radio
really.
is for.
Some people. Well, yeah. Some people really just nuke themselves, don't they?
Yes.
Like there's just a lot of people, and again, I hate cancel culture.
It's consequence culture.
Okay,
That too.
but now are we going to go through?
Because I agree with this. Let's defend this.
No, he shouldn't. He shouldn't.
No, I don't agree. What I'm saying is,
just totally self-inflicted.
if we're going to be fair, then we need to go through all of the board members' social media. And did any of them did they retweet or make any comment about Trump ever?
Well, we know how that works. Yeah.
Did anybody make any comments about anything or anybody?
I'm sure if there was a sexual tweet about Trump and Stormy Daniels, that would not result in, consequence culture. I got you there, but it's just like, and I'm not even mad that the guy said it because, I mean, it could very well be true.
Everybody's been making jokes about it.
It's just these.
Everybody's been making, okay.
Some people just gotta stop posting it. No, you're right. I agree with. I agree with both of you. The double standard of social media political commentary. You say one thing, they come for your throat. You say something else, it's ha ha ha. That was funny. It's true. But it's just these people. If you're a school teacher, just stay the hell out of politics. Just don't post it. It's just not going to benefit you.
Yeah, because But my only point is, if you're going to have professional standards, then make sure that you are consistent with those professional standards.
Yep.
That's my only point. I'm not, look, I'm sure this individual's community member, a dad, you know what I mean? It's like his kids are probably like, Dad, do you have to comment on that?
Certain public figures have to be careful with what they say. And also it depends on who you are. I sent you guys a clip for the cut sheet from Kirk Herbstreit of ESPN. He's just going off, but he makes $17 million a year and is probably above consequence culture. Whereas a school board member making $80,000 a year probably won't survive that. Different rules for different fools, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, I don't have information. If the board, do they have a code of conduct? Do they all follow it? So that's the conversation that they all should have if they want to keep politics seriously out of all this.
And it also depends, honestly, I think, and maybe I'm wrong here, but what school district you work in and which one you live in. This guy said this in a Ruby Red school district in Florida. Maybe doesn't face the same consequences as in Bucks County.
I doubt it. I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it has to do with just the nature of a tweet. Look, I'm not like some guy who's like, you need to monitor everybody's social media. But if you post stupid stuff and your employer doesn't like it, then there's going to be consequences. Sorry.
In regards to that, isn't it funny, too, how if he would have just said this in front of a supervisor at school in the cafeteria, it's probably a nothing burger. But because it lives on a page and people can see it,
of course,
the reaction is different.
Because everybody has to put their dumb thoughts on social media. That's all it is.
I think the best point that I saw some of the parents making.
By the way, not that it's a dumb thought because it's kind of funny, but it's you know what I mean? Like every stupid thought they have in their head, like I need to tweet that, I need to put that on Instagram or Facebook. Just stop.
There's a different triggering effect to humans when they see something they don't like in writing, as opposed to what they just hear in passing.
Agreed.
Yeah, and I think the best point that some of the people, and there were a lot of people were saying, hey, I don't agree with what he put on there, but the guy's he is a good advocate for students, and we want to give him the benefit of the doubt if he just deleted it or issued an apology. But because they do, there are guidelines and rules that the students and the teachers have to follow, and especially the teachers. So they're just saying they were talking about consistency.
I mean, how many radio hosts have you guys seen in your careers or TV people that have gotten fired for stuff they posted on social media?
Oh, in sports for sure.
I mean, like that's all I'm saying. Is that like you can post whatever you want to. Yeah. This guy is free to post whatever he wants to, but there's consequences from it. That's it. The end.
A lot of sports guys do that, and then they get fired, and then they come back a couple of years later.
Yeah.
So we have, we have that going on.
Bombs. And
what do you mean?
Walking away. Yeah.
Well, speaking of bombs, and this is a good bomb or a grand slam. This was our Phils. We'll end with the Fish. They beat the Fish 9-5. Woohoo! I'm so excited that
you're back on the bandwagon. You're back.
Grand slam. We're back.
Yeah, we're back.
And
I'm so excited for the Phillies tonight. I won't even watch the Eagles-Patriots preseason game now.
And so it's 6:05 tonight, and starting the new series with the Nationals, right? And then when can we see this with you?
No, it's going to be like 4:10 to 5:20. They're going to, I don't even think we're
prime time, Don.
Yeah.
That's fun. That's cool, though.
They're not. I don't even know that they're going to give us 3 innings. I think it's just going to be like an hour and 10 minutes on a clock, and then as soon as 5:20 hits, they're going to be, "Hey, get the hell off the field! Here comes Schwarber."
It's a great. It's a great charity. It's a great organization.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you're doing it.
Yeah.
I love the Police Athletic League.
Thank God you're doing it, not me.
We are sponsored by Budget Blinds. Summer's a great time. Brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, motorization. Greg Stocker loves.
Yes,
you love.
I do.
Like your entire home. Do you have the motorization?
Of course I do.
Oh my God. I envy.
For your blinds.
Press a button and my blind shut. By the way,
I covet your Budget Blinds.
Road Warrior on the YouTube chat says, I think Stocker just insulted 98% of us. No, I didn't. You can put anything we all post stupid opinions. That's what we do.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fun-loving pejorative.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Free speech lives here, but
absolutely
there are consequences.
I insulted my business. I said that's what talk radio is for. Man.
Well, just visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation. The only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. Thank you, Budget Blinds, for sponsoring edition number 1, Kayal and Company, this Thursday morning.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:17. Let's get to a Thursday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by United Tire. The Big Take, unite around green. Have you ever been around somebody who doesn't like money, who doesn't want to have cash in their pocket, who'd love to have, I don't know, valuable gold in their possession? Just ask Bob Menendez for that matter. I've never met someone who enjoys being broke. Donald Trump should start crafting and shaping his campaign message around uniting the country through one common word: prosperity. He did that a little bit yesterday in Asheville, North Carolina. More on that coming up later in the show. But I would have him sum it up like this. Quote, no matter if you are a Republican or Democrat, conservative or progressive, white or black, male or female, gay or straight, under me, every single one of you will be much better off financially with me than with Kamala Harris as your president. That is the ad right there. As we've heard before, it's the economy, stupid, and I think really right now the economy has jumped ahead of the border as the number one issue in this country. The latest financial news coming down as we were in the middle of Kayal and Company yesterday, and another phrase rings true. If we aren't feeling it, it ain't happening. The Associated Press with the headline, breaking U.S. inflation slowed again in July, clearing the way for the Federal Reserve to begin cutting rates. Axios with the headline, inflation drops below 3% for the first time since 2021. Heather Long is a columnist and editorial board member of the Washington Post. She tweeted, quote, the July inflation report is good news. Low inflation for food and energy and deflation for some other things. In July, inflation cooled to 2.9%. That's a great inflation report. It's looking more and more like the inflation battle in the U.S. is done, end quote. If I hear someone say inflation is cooling one more time, I might throw my flip-flops at them. Mainstream media loves to tell you everything is going just fine as we enter back-to-school shopping season and an election coming up on November 5th, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas. It's all nonsense. Just 2 weeks ago, we had a stock market implosion for a brief period, as many economically savvy people have said that this economy is artificial and doom and gloom could occur at some point in 2024 or in early 2025. And I want you to listen and watch this lady right here in Philadelphia. This African-American woman describes the horrors of today's economy from a cost of living standpoint. Listen and watch this.
How hard has inflation hit you?
It hit me hard. It's hitting me hard.
Who do you blame for it?
I blame the federal government at this point. If a working class mom who works as a paralegal cannot buy a $2 bell pepper because it's now $5, imagine a mother living on food stamps. Imagine a mother who's making minimum wage trying to feed children. They're killing us without killing us. If you understand that. They're killing us without telling us they're killing us. They're hurting people in ways that they can't help themselves. It's either feed my child or how about feed my children and I don't eat, but I have to go work.
You think she wants to hear about the cooling and the easing of inflation? Don't think so. Because here are the facts. Since Kamala Harris stepped foot in the White House as Joe's sidekick, gas is up 50%, electricity up 31%, groceries up 22%, going out to eat up 23%. And by the way, have you noticed the bottomless fries? They're not bottomless anymore. Baby food up 30%, rent up 22%. Meanwhile, real average weekly earnings are down 3.9%. And if you were fortunate enough to get a raise on your income, it's not coming close to the cost of living expenses. But I'm sure if you go to your boss and say, hey, Skip, what about that 27% raise? They'll gladly fork it over to you, right? But what about the young demo, the Gen Z crowd? They like money too, right? They want to be wealthy and be able to eat, right? Here's Bo Loudon, 17-year-old conservative social media influencer who we referenced a few days ago on this show. He's a friend of Barron Trump's, and he has joined the Trump campaign to be a social media outreach team to Gen Z. I want you to listen to what he had to say on behalf of Gen Z and having money in their pockets. This was on Fox News. Listen and watch this.
What issues are so essential to the Gen Z voter that the Trump campaign needs to hammer home in order to win them over?
Well, I think, there's a lot of statistics being put out on how unhappy Gen Z is with their finances, with how brutal our economy is. And that's the number one thing Trump did. Trump had a booming economy. Our economy thrived on he didn't run America, like all these other presidents. He ran it like a businessman, and he made it thrive like one of his businesses. So, with President Trump, people know that their pockets will be full, and they know that their families will be protected, their border will be secured. And, it is interesting how Kamala is kind of chasing Trump's accomplishments like a trail of cookies. He wants to say no tax on tips, which is great for a lot of Gen Z. Put me in the hard 9 to 5 hours. And now she's saying no tax on tips. And he wants to secure the border and keep us safe. Now she wants to secure the border. But the thing is, everyone's saying, you're president now. You're in the office now. Why not do it now? I don't know. Instead of making all these promises.
Pretty bright guy for 17 years old, if I must say so myself. Doesn't matter if you're 18, 29, 48, or 69. Money talks. Always has, always will. Here's some further context from the July CPI numbers, courtesy of Fox Business. Listen and watch this.
Real average weekly earnings for the month of July actually down 0.2%. Energy prices unchanged. Food prices jumping 0.2%. And then if you get into a couple of other things here, housing still a little sticky there, up 0.4%. And I'm giving you month-over-month numbers just to be clear here.
Yeah, still a little sticky. But don't worry, if Kamala Harris gets your vote, she will fix it all, starting right off the top in January of 2025. when the reality is Kamala and Joe have had since January of 2021 to fix it. I guess the economy is a lot like a booster. The seventh time should do the trick. I gave you a local woman earlier in the big take here from Philadelphia. But what about families around the country? Here's what Americans have to do all around our great nation. Listen and watch this montage.
Nicole says this economy is so bad. My husband and I are considering selling our house and living in an RV because we struggle to pay our mortgage, even groceries for just two people. I can't leave the grocery store for less than $200 with almost nothing in the cart.
That is terrible. David says, my wife and I are on fixed incomes. The economy is killing us. Goes on to say, we can't afford gas, groceries to last us all month. Last month, we ate corn on the cob for 4 days till we finally got our Social Security check. It's miserable trying to live in this economy.
By the way, Trump he doesn't want to tax you on your Social Security check.
And Ainsley Elizabeth is from your home state of South Carolina.
She says we cannot fill up our gas tanks anymore, just a little bit at a time as needed. Grocery bill is now $1,000 to $1,500 per month. I had to apply for food assistance for my children. My husband works all day and all night doing side jobs and extra work.
Bidenomics, baby, right there, front and center. And that's why Kamala is pivoting. According to multiple Axios reports from Mike Allen and Jim Vandehei, Harris will be in North Carolina on Friday to outline plans to lower the costs of health care, food, and housing. Wasn't Trump just in Carolina yesterday talking about the economy? Copycat. Polls show an opening to reset on the economy, according to reports, with inflation and a chance for Kamala to separate herself from Bidenomics. Also, reports show that Harris won't say it publicly, but she wants to distance herself from Joe as part of redefining herself. First up, rising prices. Now, look, she can do this. The media can spin it, but she is to blame for this. Literally, she was the tiebreaker. Here she was as the tie-breaking vote on H.R. 5376, better known to you as the Inflation Reduction Act. Listen and watch this final clip.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the bill, as amended, is passed.
Yeah, I'm not sure anybody's giggling or clapping when they get their monthly energy bills. $740 billion. See, the reality is this. You can keep kicking the can down the road, but the tab's never going to go away, and eventually it catches up to you. Now imagine what will happen with another 4 years in the White House, or dare I even hypothesize 8 years. Can you imagine her being at the White House for 12 consecutive years as the Veep and POTUS? If you value your paycheck, November 5th for Kamala Harris should be a hard pass. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by United Tire. Stop by United Tire and say what you want. You can trade in your tires and you'll get $100 off of 4 new tires, and you'll get no-fault road hazard coverage for free. That's right, free. That includes free maintenance like rotations, flat repairs, and more. UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. 855-839-1210 on social media, 1210 WPHT. Let it rip in the YouTube chat. Fire up those voice messages as well. We'll come back, get people's thoughts and reaction on the economy report from yesterday, and also what's going on internally with the Trump campaign. Are we getting ready for a staff shakeup? Back after this on a Thursday, it's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My favorite time of year is approaching. That's right, fall, and you know what that means, football. So it's what a better time than right now to get in on all the action early in the season, right? Before the season actually starts. Now it's the second preseason game tonight. Tons of different player props like passing yards, touchdowns, rushing and receiving, totals, and more. You can also there's also great team markets. You can bet on if the Birds will make the playoffs, win the division, Super Bowl, all kinds of stuff. and you can parlay together different picks on an even bigger payout. Where do you do this all? FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, present in PA. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Gonna dig a hole in your backyard? Call 811. Don't be caught off guard, cause PA1 Calls got your back to help locate those utilities stat.
Play it safe and do your part so no one in the neighborhood's house goes dark.
But if you don't, and there's an outage, you might have to deal with some screams and shoutage. Cause ain't nothing worse when your toilet won't flush, your lights go out,
or when your pipes bust.
Yeah, your neighbors are gonna love you. Know what's below? Call 811 before you dig. Help us at 50 and 5. More at PA1Call.org. The forecast for hot summer weather should come as no surprise. And the forecast for high energy costs shouldn't either. PJ Fitzpatrick has a great plan to cool your electric bill. Replace your leaky old windows with energy efficient and budget friendly insulated windows. The PJ Fitzpatrick team, voted best of Philly, has replaced hundreds of thousands of windows. And they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews. Call today and save thousands on your windows and electric bill. Visit trustpj.com today for a free window consultation.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts? At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Well, there's a light in your eye that keeps shining, like a star that can wait for a night.
6:33, Kayal and Company, as we continue live on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. We'll get to your comments. We'll get to your voicemails coming up at 9:30 this morning. Also, what's on the cut sheet? You'll find out in just about an hour and 12 minutes. Stickball Russ says on Twitter, by the way, great Twitter feed, Stickball Russ. Not pickleball, Russ, though. He says, you're correct that Kamala was the tying vote on things that caused the inflation mess, but wrong thinking that Gen Z likes money. They'll vote for Kamala and then complain about being broke. So these economic numbers came down yesterday. I think it was close to 8:45, 9 o'clock. And I know, Dawn, you're always looking at what the Fed might do. Your thoughts on not only the economic news from yesterday, but you've got young boys. I'm assuming that your young boys like to have more money than less money? Just a hunch?
Well, they're teenage boys, so all they do is eat.
Right, and that costs money.
You know
right?
what I mean?
Yeah.
So we are always at the grocery store.
Yes.
And so that's just it. Everybody, and that's what strikes me about this mom who you feel for, and she talks about, bell peppers. And I thought, yeah, right? Bell peppers. I mean, stuff that used to be, you didn't think twice about it. And everything except bananas.
Mm-hmm.
Bananas, like we talked about, you could get like 2 bunches for under $3 if you go to the right place, right? Everything else is through the roof.
Mm-hmm.
And then forget about beef, especially. That's so like a good steak.
Yeah. Right.
So now it's like a ground turkey economy or something.
No, you're totally right. And it's just so frustrating because you heard that lady, and I think we had that maybe it was on the cut sheet a few days ago. We played that, and I wanted to recycle it back through because of the economic news from yesterday. And look, even in a good economy, a paralegal's not living some luxurious life. But if you're a paralegal and you're living in today's economic days, you feel like you are in the lower class. You're barely able to make ends meet. And, some people just don't work hard and they're broke because they don't put in the time. So I don't feel bad for you. But those that are, perhaps handicapped or disabled and have, some sort of issue, and you're living legitimately, at basically minimum wage the salaries. How the hell does anybody survive? I have no idea. I mean, you're living like a college kid in a dorm room right now. And you see all these numbers and the way they tried to spin this. Well, inflation. Yeah, but look at the cost of everything still. And I gave you those figures in the big take. Rent, gas, groceries, on down the list. Trump said in one of those Truth Social posts a couple days ago, make America affordable again. And he was talking a lot about the economy. I flipped on Fox right at 5 o'clock yesterday, and they were literally going from Cavuto to the 5, and they broke right in, and Trump's in Nashville, North Carolina. I thought he was really, really good. He was very, very, very focused. And he was just focused on 3 or 4 main issues. And, we always hear from these people, well, what's your actual plan to make things cheaper for us? And he gave a new plan yesterday. Forget tax on Social Security, forget tax on tips. His goal, if reelected, is to reduce energy costs and your electricity bill and things like that by 50 to 70%. Now, my Pico bill just came yesterday. I'll tell you right now, if he gets anywhere close to 50% if he's reelected by chopping that down to 40, 50, 60% lower than what it is now, now extrapolate that over the course of 12 months, there's maybe the summer vacation you couldn't afford to do. There's 3 days down at Avalon that maybe wasn't in your bank account. So it's these little things, and you sit there, well, my energy bill was $1.50. Well, who cares if it's a 75? All right, well, take 75 times 12. Do a little Bidenomics. What does that add up to be? You might be able to go down to Wildwood for 2 days and 3 nights. All of a sudden, it matters. So I think it'll be interesting to see what Copycat does on Friday in North Carolina, because now all of the people that carry her water, Dawn, are saying she's trying to privately distance herself from Joe on economic things. And apparently the first priority on Friday when she speaks will be going after price gouging, which if she's going to sit there and say that it's corporate greed, she's not distancing herself from Joe, because all Joe tries to do is talk about shrinkflation and that these companies are too greedy.
Yeah, and to say that it's corporate greed or company greed and blame companies who are trying to survive, and not just corporations, everybody, they know full well that that's not true. And and so it's such a lie.
It is.
And it's disgusting. And so Trump is wise to come out and continue to hammer and just talk about things like energy, taxing your money, that you have to pay to tap into your money.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a winning message, and it gets them away from all the other junk. And then at the end of the day, people can say, okay, even if Kamala Harris, like I said yesterday, okay, smart move that she's taking some of his good policies. Who do you trust more to install those policies? Is it an empty campaign promise? Is it real? And then how do they install those policies? He's a proven winner, he wins.
I will give you these numbers here just a moment on issue by issue as far as who you trust more. Latest polling numbers coming out. This was a Fox News poll, which I don't feel like I ever really cite too often. These ones seem to fly under the radar. Maybe it's because it's Fox News, so the perception is that it's skewed. But then again, you see CNN polls, and sometimes Trump does well in a CNN poll, and it's deemed and labeled to be a shock poll, so who knows. But he was great yesterday from the standpoint of, this was right around 10 after 5, almost quarter after 5. They kind of got out of it. I think he actually wrapped up around 5:17 p.m. And he said, talking about the economy, that he's going to make housing more affordable again, groceries, and car payments. Mm-hmm. And those are the three things that the common folk looks at, right? Okay, what's my mortgage or rent? What am I spending on a weekly, monthly basis at the grocery store? And what is my car payment, whether I'm financing it and I've bought it or I'm leasing it, right? Those are your three big things that you look at. And, if you're doing your monthly statements at home, and then you kind of go from there, what do you net? What are your other expenditures? What's your Verizon Fios bill? Things like that. Yeah. And so I got this Fox News poll in front of me. So there's 11 different issues, and according to the Fox News poll, Trump leads Kamala 6-5 on the 11 issues. The 11 issues being the economy, border security, immigration, abortion, healthcare, guns, foreign policy, crime, uniting the country, Supreme Court nominations, and climate change. So Trump leads 6-5, but I would argue that Trump is up 5-zip on the 5 that matter most to the majority of the country. He's +6 on the economy, 52-46. That's a little concerning for me that it's not a bigger margin, but he's up 6 there. Border security, Trump leads Kamala by 19 points. Mm-hmm. Immigration, 14 points. Guns, only 3 points. I don't know about that. Foreign policy, 7 points. And crime, 5 points. So those are, I think, the major issues that Trump should be running on, right? Immigration, the economy, foreign policy, and crime. Harris leads the country on abortion, as expected, up 16. Healthcare, up 10. Trump did talk about getting more affordable healthcare yesterday in Asheville, North Carolina. Uniting the country, Kamala +5. Supreme Court nominations, Kamala +3. And then, of course, climate change, Kamala +18. So Trump has the 6-5 advantage, and really the only two areas where Kamala blows Trump out is abortion and climate change. So this pretty much has fallen on based on what Biden and Harris have been running on for 4 years and what Trump's been running on for 8 years.
Yeah, and I love when he said, you know what, Pennsylvania, I hope you're watching. He called us out here in Pennsylvania at the rally, talking about the fact that she has, over and over, she has vowed to ban fracking. And he said yesterday at that rally, that means she cannot win Pennsylvania because Pennsylvania is all about fracking. That's their biggest industry. Yep. Boom. Mm-hmm. And so now and to me, he should say that every time he speaks. Today he's going to be in Bedminster, right? He's going to speak it every interview, every time he just keeps saying it over and over and over, because I don't care what she says currently, how she changes her story. She's part of an administration that she has to be. She is the vice president of the United States of America. Mm-hmm. And so for him to keep saying that and just saying she's the vice president, and you tell me, but yesterday when he said that, she says she's going to do blah 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 on day one, but for day one that was nearly 4 years ago. I'm paraphrasing. Right. Has he said that before? Day one for her was nearly 4 years ago?
He might have. I know J.D. Vance has.
Okay.
Vance has said it multiple times. I think especially on the Sunday circuit when he did that car wash of all the mainstream shows on Sunday morning. He definitely said, well, what has she been waiting for? She's been there for 3 years and 10 months, and they haven't been able to fix it. So it is fascinating. Let me just wrap with this here in the next 2 minutes. I think you said a few days ago you had something in either a Big Three or the news about some rapper or hip hop artist. I forget what it was, and I had no idea who it was that you were talking about. Maybe it's because you have young boys and I have young girls. So my world of music revolves around Taylor Swift when I'm in my car. But I was tipped off to this by a couple of people texting me in the last half hour. They said, check Meek Mill's Twitter feed. Now, I'm not a big hip-hop connoisseur, and I know this audience is not either, but I think most people have probably heard Philadelphia native Meek Mill. And if you don't, he's got about 11 million followers. And I got tipped off to this from a text saying, hey, check his Twitter feed from last night. So I pulled it up, and this is significant because and maybe Meek Mill's a little older than the Gen Z crowd probably consumes. Maybe it's more for millennials, which maybe is a good thing for Trump. But Meek Mill tweeted, and take it for what it's worth. Again, I don't know if this is an endorsement. I don't know if endorsements matter, but it is what it is. He says, when I was locked up, TV programming taught me every detail about Stormy Daniels. That was when I learned the art of programming. I don't know, maybe he's going to be a brand manager in the twilight of his life. He says, my ex has turned back. I'm assuming not his ex-wife, but his ex-Twitter feed has turned back to Trump life again. I never did a history check on Trump. He even been to my hood with OT7 mobbing. I have no idea what that last sentence basically means. I don't use that vernacular. But that to me looks like a very pro-Trump tweet from Meek Mill. So you sit here and we talk about the black vote. We've played you those clips of barbershops, Dauphin County, Pennsylvania. Now, I don't know if that's an official endorsement, but if it is, or if he does that in the future, does that help Trump a little bit in Pennsylvania? Does that help Trump with the black voter? Not sure if it does. But if I'm Kamala Harris, probably not too happy to see that. Just an assumption on my part for whatever the hip-hop endorsement game translates to today in politics.
And Meek Mill, that's an interesting journey because he's somebody who was in and out of the courts, had a battle with a local judge, and in the process of that, he garnered the support of people. I remember Robert Kraft, owner of the Patriots, who's a Trump friend, supported him. And he garnered some sort of unusual, maybe supporters. And so he's had a really interesting journey as far as what he's been going through. But I think he has some mentors who he has, become very friendly with, among them, like Robert Kraft, people like that, who defended him. It was a probation violation. He felt that the judge almost got personal with him, but the judge was saying, doesn't matter if you're famous, you still have to be accountable. And it made a lot of news, but he at the end of the day did get out of jail. And he's somebody also, I believe, he and Jay-Z have been very supportive of the school vouchers in Philadelphia schools. And that's another more of Trumpian kind of, or, maybe a conservative talking point.
Dawn Stensland, hip-hop correspondent. No. Deep sources within the hip-hop game. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on hour number one, and I do want to get to these reports about Trump fuming and having meltdowns behind the scenes over not only J.D. Vance, but some of his top campaign staffers. We'll get to that as we continue. Dawn's news on the way as well. It's Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Drive into summer with the rugged Honda Ridgeline, Passport, and Pilot. Get outdoors and kick up some dust with Honda, the 2024 Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value brand. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 1.9% APR on a 2024 Ridgeline and a 2.9% APR on a 2024 Passport and 2025 Pilot.
Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, and Springfield.
See dealer for financing details based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a seventh-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
People are talking about Window Nation. One customer said,
"We couldn't be happier. This was a great experience."
Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Buy 2 windows and get 2 free. There's no limit on how much you could save. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Act now and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st, so schedule a fast in-home estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or at windownation.com.
If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and you're not using a PDQ POS system, it's time to make the switch. PDQ POS will not only save you time, effort, and money, but it's the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. That's why PDQ POS has been the top-rated restaurant management system for over 35 years. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help your business succeed. Visit pdqpos.com.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to GetCash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
GetCash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to getcash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to getcash.com. That's getcash.com. Getcash.com.
What if I told you your home movies are already past their prime? It's true. The magnetic tape used in VHS and camcorder tapes only lasts between 10 to 20 years, which means your baby's first steps, weddings, and family vacations are fading away as we speak. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box stops this fading process in its tracks. And by preserving your recordings, they're safe forever. Legacy Box is simply the best way to preserve your past, which is why they've been trusted by over 1 million families. Your memories are meant to be shared, not chewed up by the VCR or worn away with time. For a limited time, you can convert your tapes to digital for just $9 a tape. There's never been a better time to convert your entire collection. That includes film reels and photos too. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to unlock our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
As fall approaches, you have a lot to prepare for. Back to school, sporting events, family gatherings, and staying on top of your health. The virus that causes COVID-19 continues to evolve. So this fall, no matter what you're prepping for, you can prioritize your family's health and make a game plan for COVID-19 vaccination. Ask your doctor or pharmacist to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This year, Dell Technologies' Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Right now, stop by United Tire and say you want to trade in your tires, and you'll get $100 off 4 new tires. No promo code needed, and you'll get United Tire's no-fault road hazard coverage for free. That includes free maintenance like rotations, flat repairs, and more. That's 2 amazing deals. Nobody beats United. All other promotions apply, like manufacturer rebates. United Tire completes for you. Go to UnitedTire.com to find the locally owned United Tire location nearest you. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hi, this is Joe Meterchick, PNC Bank Regional President. Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from the game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. And for nearly 160 years, our dedicated local PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable, personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because, as we see it, a win for them is a win for the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
6:53, Kayal and Company on this Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2, and then we will get to the sources, the reports, the allegations of a possible campaign shakeup for Donald Trump. That's coming up. Also, the first vice presidential debate coming up. It'll be in October. J.D. Vance, Tim Walz. What does J.D. Vance want to see from a formatic standpoint and a setup? You'll hear that coming up as well before we get to the cut sheet.
Just quickly.
Yeah.
Just to tease the possible Trump shakeup thing.
I love a tease.
Would you, Nick Kayal and Dawn Stensland, if you were the Trump campaign, would you shake up that campaign a little bit? Or would you not buy into the hype and just go full-throated into what you've been doing?
To me, there's two things you could potentially shake up: the top of your campaign staff and your vice president. I will tease you with this answer.
Okay.
I would shake up one of the two.
Ooh, I like that.
Dawn?
I like that. Don't give me your full answer. Just tease me a little bit.
Yeah,
baby.
tease Greg back.
Ooh, I'm gonna tease you.
Yeah. Tease for tease, tit for tat, the whole bit.
Yeah.
Tit for tat.
Yeah.
I think that's the phrase. I don't know. I probably botched it.
Well,
nice tats.
Why, thank you.
No W in there, by the way.
I would say that Trump, I am going to tease this. I think that if he announces the two women that will be joining his joining his cabinet campaign, whatever you want to say, two women.
Okay.
Two women on top.
All right, two women on top.
Yep.
Nice.
That's my tease.
Think about that visually for the next 7 minutes, folks. 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news, and then we'll expound upon this on the other side. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navien's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Gerhardt's Appliances, we're all about summer, so we're on the boardwalk asking you, how can we make yours better?
Oh, okay, bet. Yeah, so I've been blending up my own fruity beach balls and been having major dishes. It's like grade A granola greens.
Okay, well this Bosch dishwasher is on sale for $4.99, and they have the industry's most advanced clean.
Oh, acai. Yeah, that's a great price.
The summer sale is on, only at Gerhardt's, where small business is kind of a big deal.
Whoa.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tonight's 640 Phillies Nationals game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tonight.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 7:01 as we begin hour number 2 here on a Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Phil Almquist, Henry Machette. Another day, more topics, more great content, and what's going on inside the Trump campaign. That's coming up after the news. Also today, yours truly.
Yeah.
Citizens Bank Park.
Wow.
So I will do more great charity work, and then I'm going to leave right after. And then Phil Almquist comes in for a first pitch 640. He's got tickets, him and his wife.
Yeah.
They'll be having cold beers.
Why does everybody get to do things but me?
It is amazing, right?
By the way, can I just say this? I believe his name was George. The people leaving messages on the voicemail, we're getting a lot of them. I'm sifting through them during these commercial breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you're speaking clearly into the microphone, because I don't know if you had Bluetooth on or something, but I couldn't hear you. So
it's on. Hello.
Yeah. So just make sure you're speaking into the phone.
Yes.
Like,
don't make it out to be like an X Spaces Lisp thing, right?
Yeah.
Know your microphone compression.
Yeah. So please make sure you're and keep them coming. Keep them coming. We will play all of them. Mostly all of them. Once we eventually get to them, we'll play them at 9:45. Excuse me, every morning.
You load them up in the hopper like Tim Walz loading up paintballs.
Yeah.
In Minnesota in 2020. All right, we got a lot of good things to get to. I want to get to this J.D. Vance stuff and this campaign shakeup stuff. We gave you that tease last hour to wrap up the hour around 6:55. We'll get to that after the news, but let's get to that right now at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. We are sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds this Thursday morning, August 15th. 24-year-old woman just parked, got out of her vehicle, and was struck and killed by a passing pickup truck. The driver just kept on going. Happened early this morning, 4300 block of North Front Street in the Hunting Park section of Philadelphia. Police saying this lady, she gets out of her vehicle, She pulled over, parked, gets out of her vehicle, and that's when she was struck by this pickup driver. She was rushed to Temple University Hospital. They could not save her life in the emergency department. They said the striking vehicle, which they're searching for, is a gray pickup truck and was last seen headed southbound on North Front Street. But two other people were inside a stopped vehicle and witnessed all of this. And so so thank God there were some witnesses. They, called 911, got her to, she was rushed to Temple. What a horrible story.
Well, I hope one of those witnesses were able to get a glimpse of maybe the license plate. That would be obviously a huge factor.
Yes. And also they're looking for, because nowadays there are cameras just everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So, looking for any doorbell camera, any kind of business camera, anything. And just updating a story that we talked a lot about this morning, so I'll headline it for you, that Philadelphia police say this young man in his mid-20s who was riding a mountain bike about 5 blocks away from his home around before sunset last night. 3 gunmen are seen on video, one of the videos from a passing SEPTA bus. 3 guys get out of a vehicle, clearly targeting this guy, shooting him at least 40 times, basically an execution on a Philadelphia street. Just crazy.
I don't know what's more outlandish, the 40 shots on this, which was obviously, I would assume, just a guess on my part, he knew who he was shooting and that this was coordinated. Yeah. Or the fact that we just had that story 2 days ago you gave us, I think it was on Tuesday, of the road rage where you just get out and shoot somebody 13 times.
Yeah, that one, my husband was driving and somebody was doing something. He's like, I'm not even going to honk.
No.
You know what I mean? If you're in Philadelphia, you don't even want to honk at somebody.
It was funny. Yesterday, I was getting on to 676 to leave here, and a car cut me off, and I honked at him, and I was just like, I should not have done that.
No.
It's just a.
I take that back.
It's like a Pavlovian response to some a-hole cutting you off, and I was just like, there's no reason I should have done that.
Yep, I agree.
Just let him go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that one, the police were just so thrilled to say it's a miracle that lady and her 10-year-old nephew, thank God, was laying down in the back of her SUV. Thank God they weren't murdered by this stranger who they caught, arrested him, admitted that he shot like 13 times into her vehicle. We still don't know all the full details. The guy's obviously charged with aggravated, all kinds of aggravated, third-degree homicide, whatever the charges are, but still just can't wrap your brain around.
No, I know. Trust me. And I get road rage every now and then.
Oh, yeah.
It's in me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually a Subaru that triggers me personally. I swear they all drive below the speed limit, by the way. You ever see a Subaru that's speeding?
Yeah.
Never.
Everybody that knows the lane is ending but waits until the very last thing.
That guy's the worst.
Just stop. Everybody knows the lane's ending. There's giant signs that say this lane ends.
Yes. Yeah, and especially when it's the roving crews with the arrows saying, hey, in a half mile, right lane ends, get over. And then, of course, there's always that guy that's got to go all the way up to the tip of the line and then just cut in.
Yep. It's always, for me, the best is always cutting in front of trucks because they always take, it takes them time to, like, start up.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that little gap there. Where
That's your moment of opportunity.
Squeeze it.
Yes, you're right.
Sorry.
Well, we do have a story with Delaware volunteer firefighter who was 23-year-old Thomas Berry III, dedicated volunteer firefighter with the Georgetown and Ellendale Fire Companies. He, according to authorities, sustained life-threatening injuries while he was trying to help others at a crash scene. When we talk about all the new laws that are aimed at protecting anybody who's a Good Samaritan or volunteer firefighter or any police first responder, but he died while he was stopping to provide aid at a crash scene. This, according to Delaware State Police, and they're saying that this was a Chevy Malibu driving eastbound on just west of Gravel Road in Georgetown, while at the same time Toyota Camry driving eastbound in front of the Malibu. They say the investigation reveals that the Malibu was trying to pass the Camry, and that's when the Malibu then re-enters the eastbound lane ahead of the Camry. Right side of the Malibu sideswipes the left side of the other vehicle, veers off the road, strikes a utility pole, And in this one, police say after that crash, this is the 23-year-old Thomas Berry III, dedicated firefighter. This is when he was trying to help the driver of the Malibu in this horrible crash that brought down electrical wires, all of this. And he sustained life-threatening injuries, was pronounced dead at the scene.
Oh, that's terrible.
Horrific story.
Yeah, it really is. We always hear about some of the tragedies with police officers, but some of the firefighters as well. Just awful. Yeah, my mom's nephew was a firefighter for 25 years. Yeah. I tell you what, it's not a bad gig. I remember my cousin Jeff telling me I think they work 4 days on, 3 days off. Great benefits, good pay, a lot of downtime when there's not fires.
When there's not fires, when they're not risking their life going into fires.
Well,
a lot of downtime.
Yeah, you wash the trucks and you sit up in the top of the firehouse with the boys and you play cards.
Yeah,
okay. Good camaraderie.
Yeah, with the exception of all those fires.
Oh, I know.
It's not so bad.
Yes.
Not a bad gig,
Yeah.
This controversy is really heating up in the Souderton area school board in Montgomery County. So people vowing this isn't over. We talked about it earlier at 6 a.m. But the headline from the school board member, William Formica, who is getting ripped by many to say, you at the least apologize, and many saying he's got to resign. They're demanding that he resign. Last night they had to cancel this board meeting, but everybody's still hot about this. And the line in social media, he was retweeting things, but he put his tweet was that about Vice President Kamala Harris, that she bleeped a lot of dudes to get ahead, and just like,
how dare they?
Yeah.
I mean, stop fighting for people's free speech. Just stop with this. You know what I mean? Like it's just he said something that he shouldn't have said, and there's consequences.
Do we know what the platform was in the report on what
Twitter? X.
Wow,
shocking.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Shocking.
There you go.
So I was trying to look up what the, what exactly did he retweet because somebody said, what it was a political, at first it was
What's the guy's name?
William Formica.
William, if you're listening, because
call in.
You're probably a listener.
Call in. I know.
If you're listening, just instead of saying it on Twitter, call in to this show or leave us a voice message.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I give you a bazillion ways to interact.
Yes.
That's true.
Create an alias on the YouTube chat.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You can be anonymous.
Yeah, you could be Gus from Germantown.
Yeah, exactly. Just call into our show.
Yes. But they're fired up.
Or do what the trolls do to me on Twitter. Harass me from an account with no name and an egg for an avatar.
So they got that going on. Oh, William.
Oh,
Just
Billy.
call in, William, and you can say that you're Will.
Yeah.
But not Willie.
Right.
Bill from Souderton.
Yeah.
Nobody would know.
See? But call in now.
Yeah.
Give us the scoop. Here's the thing about it. There are just as many people who say, hey, look, he said something. I guess he was half joking or whatever. Just come out, apologize, or say whatever, and just let's get this over with, and because we're starting the school year.
It could have been worse. He could have said this on Facebook.
Yeah, that's true.
That's Kamala's home field. He said it on his own home field. He still got roasted.
Oh, my goodness. Well, we are sponsored by Budget Blinds this morning. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com. Get a free in-home consultation. The only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. And we do have Best Work Industries for the Blind sponsoring our weather and our Phils, who got her done, 9 to 5, beat the Fish, the Marlins, and tonight our own Nick Kayal representing all of us and raising awareness and money for the Police Athletic League.
15-minute warm-up window. Do I take a few swings during BP, or do I go out there completely cold?
Warm up.
Having not swung a bat since, I think, 2008.
Warm up.
Okay.
Do a warm up.
You're probably right.
Definitely.
I'm going to pull a hammy, too, probably rounding second.
And
could be bad.
Get some videos and stuff. Take some videos.
I'm sure.
People.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It'll be fun.
Sonia will be out there filming everything.
She's a sweetheart.
Yeah,
she'll
she's great.
do great. All right, so Best Work Industries for the Blind sponsoring our forecast. We're heating up we're at 69 now. We're going to heat up to 89. So it's hot, but it's not going to, the humidity promises to stay a bit lower. Some clouds moving in. By the time 4 o'clock this afternoon, I think it'll be, we'll be down to about 85. It'll be perfect for Nick Kayal and then for our Phillies, starting a new series with the Nationals. And it's a whole new day for our Philadelphia Phillies. So we're going to start winning again, making baseball great again. Best Work Industries for the Blind sponsoring us, Changing Lives, nonprofit organization located in Cherry Hill. Best Work Industries for the Blind providing training and employment for people who are blind or visually impaired. So for employment opportunities, or if you want to donate, go to bestworkindustries.org. Thank you, bestworkindustries.org and Best Work Industries for the Blind. Thank you for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. So 2 headlines that we have to get into. One from the Daily Mail that you found yesterday during the show, Dawn, late in the 8 o'clock hour. The headline reads, former Trump aides claim Donald is in, quote, meltdown and feels the election is slipping from him, so he is lighting up the campaign. The Sun with a headline that says, raging Donald Trump ready to fire top campaign staff as Kamala Harris redefines herself with major policy U-turns. And Stocker asked us this question about around 6:55 with a tease about if you were to make a shakeup, how would you make it? Who would it be? And I look at it from 2 different vantage points. I look at the campaign staff and I look at the vice president. And when I think about Donald Trump, it's, okay, Trump's the CEO, right? And he's also the star quarterback. So if you think about it, if you own a sports franchise, you could fire the GM, you could fire the coach. Kind of hard to fire the players when they have guaranteed contracts. Now, you look at the Biden and Harris administration, we know that they're not really pulling the strings, calling the shots, kind of an empty suit. It's Obama behind the scenes. It's bending the knee to the squad Dems. But with Trump, it's a Trump production, right? And he's the one ultimately that is calling the shots. And I think you have to find the right balance between doing what you need to do to maybe turn the tide for yourself and also not signaling public panic. So to answer Stocker's question, I said, well, I would change up one of the 2. So the one I'm not changing J.D. Vance. Again, J.D. Vance was not my top pick. I would have went with a female or an African American. We talked about that for months and months and months on the show. I said if you're going female, I liked Tulsi Gabbard. I was also, I would have liked Byron Donalds. My whole thing with Vance is, all right, if maybe he can deliver you the Rust Belt, that's great. Ohio guy with Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, the whole bit. But I didn't think that J.D. Vance expanded your base. I thought Tulsi Gabbard, female perspective, would have helped more. I thought Byron Donalds. We can go through those lists again. That's, revisionist history at this point. I don't think getting rid of J.D. Vance is going to work and putting in somebody else. At this point, it would signal panic. And to be honest, I think J.D. Vance has done a fine job. He's been very good. He's been visible. He's been on the mainstream media circus tour. He's very well-spoken. He's a good storyteller. He's done a very good job. The only thing has been, the single cat lady thing, left-wing created narrative. Although, maybe it does hurt Trump's bottom line a little bit. But I would shake up the campaign staff. I would bring back Kellyanne Conway. I like her behind the scenes privately. I like her publicly in front of cameras and microphones. I think she's a brilliant woman. I think she can massage some of the rough edges. I would add as many people that are the opposite of Trump's personality to the public and private sector of this campaign. So for me, yes, look, and here's the deal. It'll be a headline for 48 hours. Trump shakes up campaign staff. Is panic setting in? And then most people will forget about it. And the casual political observer will never even know it happened. Now, the casual political observer might catch wind of Trump fires vice president, swaps out J.D. Vance. So that's how I would answer that question, Dawn. I would bring in Kellyanne Conway. I would have more stuff with Tulsi Gabbard. I would do everything I can to inject some different perspectives. But I do not touch J.D. Vance at this point.
No, and I think when I look at today's 4:30 p.m. news conference, so J.D. Vance is expected to be there at Bedminster, and this is former President Donald Trump's campaign. They've announced this officially. So they're holding this news conference with 4:30. Trump will be there as well as Trump. So I think that they're smart to hold this joint news conference and to, everybody's wondering what is it, and then announce. And maybe he does announce, because who was it that Laura Trump, Ivanka, and Don Jr. were the names we heard, that some of the family members, and Melania. Reportedly, all of these different family members, but especially women in the family, said, bring Kellyanne back. That was what was so that's being leaked.
Yeah.
Right? That's clearly a leak.
Sure.
And so that.
Don Jr. is not in favor of bringing Kellyanne Conway
So
back.
it's not him. It was Melania, it was some of the Trump women then.
And Don Jr. was all for J.D. Vance, right?
Yep.
He was the one in Trump's ear. I think Eric Trump, to a lesser extent, saying J.D. Vance needs to be the guy, which is interesting because this Daily Mail article that Dawn found us yesterday, Donald Trump lighting up campaign staffers as he hunkers down at Mar-a-Lago, 2 former aides have claimed. The former president's reported meltdown comes from 2 staffers who worked in the White House under the former president and have since turned on him. So let me just stop right there. I always take these things with a grain of salt. Is this sour grapes? Is this somebody with an axe to grind? Is it true? Is it not? We don't know. But let's, for the sake of radio, let's say that he is considering these things. Quote, I think that he feels this election is slipping away from him, and that's where you're beginning to see him spiral, said Sarah Matthews, a former Trump spokeswoman, telling MSNBC. Republicans and top donors are worried about Trump's flailing strategy as he continues to launch vicious personal attacks on Harris and obsess over her personality instead of core policy issues such as the border, the economy, and the crime issue. I thought he was really dialed in. I don't think he was attacking her yesterday in Asheville, North Carolina. Anthony Scaramucci, who claims...
Remember him?
Yeah, the mooch.
He was there for a week and a
12
half?
days.
Yeah. Right. So again, take this with a grain of salt, saying that Trump is pissed. And he says that, quote, Donald Trump is lighting up his campaign staffers after his, quote, terrible decision to pick J.D. Vance as VP, insiders have revealed. Now, what's interesting is, I'm going to tell you, somebody is saying that the J.D. Vance disappointment factor with Trump is not true. Guess who is reporting it's not true and that Trump is not dissatisfied with J.D. Vance? You're never going to believe this one.
Who?
The New York Times. The New York Times says, no, it's not true. Trump is not dissatisfied with J.D. Vance. So that could end that right there, because how often does the New York Times come out and say, no, it's not true. Trump's not, so blah, 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 blah. So you take all of this, who knows what it is. But again, I would not touch J.D. Vance. I mean, the reality is it would signal panic. If you wanted somebody other than, you should have made this selection other than Vance a while ago. Again, I'll still go on the Tulsi Gabbard train. And, well, Nick, she's a former Democrat. Okay. She's now placed on some sort of watch list.
Oh, my God.
Have you seen that story?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
So that makes me love her even more. The fact that our federal government's putting her on a terror watch list confirms the fact that I like her and she would have been great.
That's infuriating.
Yes.
But can you imagine if I know he was in North Carolina yesterday and he's been at Mar-a-Lago, but he's going to Jersey, and obviously Kellyanne Conway, Jersey girl, born and raised. So is he going to announce something about Kellyanne Conway? Nick and I, we're huge fans. But I will also say this. Can you imagine if he announces, let's say he says, and let's throw another name other than Tulsi Gabbard is going to be in my cabinet. What if he says Nikki Haley, somebody else? You played audio on, what was that, Monday or Tuesday? It was Tuesday, maybe. Brett Baer interviewed her. And so what if he announces, Nikki Haley, she's going to be, before she was in my cabinet or she was in my administration, Nikki Haley, she's going to be, and fill in the blank,
Fine
whatever.
by me. Whatever he has to do to win. I don't care about personal axes to grind. I don't care who wasn't loyal. I don't care what Bob and Delco has to say about Nikki Haley. If Nikki Haley gives Trump a 1% chance of a better chance of beating Kamala Harris, you do it. Okay?
Yeah, because they think about what that means. That means that nobody can say, "Oh, this guy is whatever. He's holds a grudge or he's vengeful or whatever." He's once again bringing the party together. And Nikki did speak. Remember, she wasn't supposed to speak at the RNC at the convention. After he was shot, he called her, and then she did speak.
I would be shocked, and I'm going to actually go out on a limb and say there's 0% chance it's going to be he's announcing anything about Kellyanne Conway because Donald Trump Jr. has his ear.
Mm-hmm.
He's on record saying no, it can't work. I mean, she's a registered foreign agent. She's doing work for Ukraine. So like, how would that even work? How would that even work?
I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's zero chance it's gonna be Kellyanne Conway.
Any idea what you think it might be then?
No, I mean, he's gonna hold a press conference and
more bloviating.
Chat with the press.
All right.
He's gonna say, I'm gonna do something Kamala won't do. You know what I mean? Like,
Okay.
that's all it's gonna be.
All right. 855-839-1210 if you want to climb in. Cut sheet in about 20 minutes. And one last thing to get to before we get there. The Veep debate. I've been told that vice presidents don't matter. So do vice president debates matter? Well, at least we have a date. And J.D. Vance is saying it has to be like this, and there won't be any of this. We'll give you the details on the other side. Kayal and Company back after this.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands? Done. Groceries? Got 'em. It's a good time to give yourself a reward. You know the one. Your favorite tasty cake treat. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouthwatering candy cake? No matter where you are, choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it. And you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine. From Rescue Natural Supplements, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listeners can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing your order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get that second bottle of energy-boosting Rescue Orosine totally free.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. Did you know we are having a full one-day event on August 17th? It's called the Money Hacks event. You want to come to this event and you will learn how to become your own bank, how to invest in real estate without any money. You will learn the stock market and you will learn how to build credit for cash flowing assets and so much more. It's a full day packed with information. Use the code 1210. That's 1210 to get a 50% discount on the ticket. Go to 4mmw.com. That's 4mmw.com and register today.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Ship snappers moving from Kensington to Delco?
My uncle used to sell his gallstones at the Bazaar of All Nations out on Baltimore Pike. Had a nice establishment here, 3 different dart teams and 4 leagues, video poker, and hard-boiled eggs, pickled eggs. We keep them right out on the bar there.
See Joe Conklin in Delco at the Media Theater with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com! Is the Mazda CX-50 truly both rugged and refined? Can the CX-5 be both beautiful and invigorating? Is the CX-90 roomy and responsive? And is the CX-30 both stylish and safe? Good questions. Find out with Mazda all summer long.
Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading for financing as low as 0% APR for 36 months on select new models.
Hey, fantasy football fans, do you want to be the owner who is doing a cram session the night before the draft? I didn't think so. You need to start your prep now. This is Faraz from Upper Hand Fantasy. Zach and I are here to get you ready for your fantasy football drafts with insights and advice. From sleepers to busts, we've got you covered and give you the upper hand on your friends. Today is the day to start getting ready for the draft, so join us and stay ahead of the competition. Follow and listen to Upper Hand Fantasy on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Selects Premium Package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Baby, when I think about you, I think about love. Darling, I don't live without you and your love.
7:30, Kayal and Company on a Thursday morning. What's on the cut sheet? We will all find out together. It's coming up 7:45. Also, this morning, your voicemails around 9:40. And once again, the morning mystery movie clip. Another great prize coming up at 9:20. Our buddy Sean Farish tomorrow. He'll join us at 8:30. But before that, let's get to the conversation, as it looks like we have our first vice presidential debate, which could be slated for October 1st. And it will be on CBS News as Kamala Harris's running mate on the ticket. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota has agreed to a VP debate hosted by CBS News on October 1st in New York City. J.D. Vance, Tim Walz, childless Catwomen against stolen valor. You know, I've been told that vice presidents don't matter, so I'm not sure that vice presidential debates matter. But I do think this will be compelling theater, at least for us that want to consume something political content-wise, and certainly for this show. I think it could get very, very combative between two people that have at least enlisted and / served in the military. Now, some have actually been deployed for combat, and others went the other way and stuck their tail between their legs and then embellished their entire resume. But it will be an interesting debate. I do think that from a debate standpoint, and this is not to give Walz credit, this is actually to show you how bad I think Kamala Harris will fare in the debates against Trump. I think Walz will do a better job against Vance than Harris could possibly do in her life against Donald Trump, although I do think J.D. Vance will, do what he needs to do and handle himself well. I will say he does a very, very good job from a public speaking standpoint, which is really fascinating when you look at the two parties right now, especially with the Biden-Harris administration specifically. That's not to say that there are not some Democrats out there that are not smooth operators in front of a microphone and can wheel and deal. Say what you want about Gavin Newsom, a total weasel and a snake. He's very good on television. He's very good. Same thing with Shapiro. When Shapiro gave that speech at Temple, Shapiro, despite, adopting this Barack Obama tone and delivery. Shapiro is very good at playing the game, but Harris, no. The binder, no. A lot of people in this current administration, no. But I will be eagerly awaiting this debate. I love debates. I love adversarial settings. I like hearing the exchange of ideas. I like confrontation. It's why I do this for a living. It's why I've done it for 17 years. I love talk radio. I love battling with people back and forth and having differing viewpoints, and both people being able to share their views and then let the American public decide what they believe and what they want to support and get behind. But I do want to play you this clip. This is K1. This was J.D. Vance last night after the news came out that Walz had agreed to the October 1st debate on CBS News. Vance was on with Laura Ingraham on Fox News, and he had this to say to her.
Well, Senator, is there any doubt that you will not be there on October 1st to debate Walz?
Look, Laura, we want to actually look at the debates, look at the moderators, talk about the rules a little bit. CBS reached out to us about this literally 3 hours ago. I was landing from a rally and a press conference in Michigan. I strongly suspect we're going to be there on October the 1st, but we're not going to do one of these fake debates, Laura, where they don't actually have an audience there, where they don't actually set the parameters in the right way, where you can have a good exchange of ideas. In other words, we're not going to walk into a fake news media garbage debate. We're going to do a real debate, and if CBS agrees to it, then certainly we'll do it.
Now, more on that in a second, but earlier in the day, CBS News proposed these 4 dates for a debate between the two Veeps: September 17th, September 24th, October 1st, and October 8th. The Harris-Walz campaign chose the October 1st debate. See you on October 1, JD wrote on X. So let me get into this conversation with you guys because, you know, we saw the first debate. It was all orchestrated for Joe Biden not to trip over his own tongue, not to have his brain unravel on television, and he still was an unmitigated disaster. Trump put him out to pasture. That was the final straw, I think, for the power brokers on the left to replace Joe. Do you really think it matters to J.D. I know he said that, but do you think J.D. Vance would not show up with certain rules in place that benefit Democrats and Tim Walz? I don't see J.D. Vance as a guy that's going to back down even from a lopsided fight as far as what they might put in place. But I also don't see J.D. Vance being the interrupter that Donald Trump is. I don't think J.D. Vance is going to try to steamroll Tim Walz. I think he'll wait his turn, he'll wait patiently, and he'll pick him apart. He's going to expose all the left-wing policies that the Minnesota governor adheres to while laying out his plan and platform under the vision of Donald Trump. I feel very good about J.D. stepping into a CBS debate. Do you?
He will crush Tim Walz.
I agree. I think he'll do very, very well.
It doesn't, I don't even care what the format is.
Yes.
He'll crush it.
Yeah, I agree. And I just look at it from the standpoint of what Trump can do to Kamala. And what'll be interesting to see here is when Kamala, because now I think what are we at? Is it 24, 25, 3 weeks plus 4? Yeah, 20. It's 25 days. And you even have people, and I think this will be on the cut sheet coming up in a little bit, even people like Stephen A. Smith ripping Kamala Harris for basically being in hiding. Now, we've laid out the timeline. I've given you my prediction on when I think she will give an interview in a one-on-one setting or a press conference. It'll probably be the week after the DNC, which is next week, the week leading in to Labor Day. But this is a campaign right now that is top to bottom, 1 and 2, where they are basically relegated to the only information they will give to the American public is at a pep rally. And it's all generalities. That's where I thought Trump really broke through a little bit yesterday. If you were able to see it, I get it. It happened during rush hour. It's at 5 o'clock. Most of you not home from work. But he's not just saying, yeah, the economy's bad. Remember when Kamala said, yeah, we get it. The price of bread has gone up. Didn't give you a solution on how to fix that. Trump gave you a new gem yesterday on cutting energy prices by 50 to 70%. So you have lack of substance versus at times almost too much substance. So when we look at debates, whether it's Trump, Harris, Vance, Walz, I feel really, really good about both of them. And if I'm Vance, I'd agree to multiple debates. Now, I don't know if these 4 debates are just pick one of the 4 or if these are multiple debates. But September 17th, the 24th, October 1, and October 8, obviously I'm assuming you're going to have to schedule that around the main presidential debates, which at this point, all we know right now is September 10th. We've got Trump-Harris September 10th, and on October 1st, it looks like we have Walz and presumably Vance that will agree to it. So that's what we have. By the way, we might have more mock debates on this show before any of these debates happen.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
Setting it up the next one, maybe for after Labor Day.
Possibly in person.
Possibly in person. Although, all right, since we're going to get into it, let's get into it real quickly. A lot of people behind the scenes are saying it ruins it by having them here in person, because
doesn't ruin having them on YouTube, seeing them talk as them either.
The whole bit is hearing them. You know what I mean?
I would disagree. I would totally disagree. I mean, Sean Farish has every physical gesture that Trump does. He's got the hand going when he talks.
Yeah.
He's got the face, and the same thing with Esther.
Yep.
I mean, she gets that look on her face, and then before she does the cackle.
Real since this is kind of what everybody bases their talking points on now, let's do a really quick poll.
Okay.
It's going to be as scientific as some of these polls that have been out in the last 6 months. If we have a live debate between Kamala Harris and Trump, and the two players, would you come out for that, listeners?
To attend
in person?
Yeah.
I think our audience would absolutely show up.
Well, Phil, can you put up a poll question in YouTube? YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Okay.
By the way, everybody watching now, please hit the like button.
Okay.
I see all of you watching. Hit the like button right now.
Do it
every single one of you.
Do it here in the hub.
Well,
or sell it as a remote.
If we can get enough people, that want to come out for that. The problem is that people work in the morning.
Oh, we could pack a diner.
A diner? You want to do it at a diner?
No. I mean, people show up to see Lawrence Jones on Fox and Friends. I'm gonna eat an omelet, and I'll just sit back and moderate it as fake Strapper while I'm shoveling grits into my face.
No, that's lovely.
Yeah, be a nice little change up from the blueberries.
Should we do a live, in-person debate? Would you come?
Oh my God!
It'd be in the evening, right? We're not going to do it live in the morning.
No, it would be a live morning show.
Yeah.
Oh, it'd be live morning.
Yes, come on.
Yeah. This whole concept of morning guys having to come out for events in the evening is starting to really wear on me a little bit. Not gonna lie, I'd like to do it during my time slot.
Should we do a live debate in person? Would you come? Is the question right now on YouTube. I like the people who put no down.
Well, they're not going to come in the morning because what are they going to do? Get off work?
Well, but no, we need to do it in the morning.
People want to have an event and have liquor.
Well, I mean,
we can have liquor in the morning.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? We have some Bloody Marys.
Beer on your Cheerios.
Yeah. By the way, I'm workshopping this right now live at 7:41. So all the big bosses.
Yeah. Hey, what's up with this other and Dawn just said it about it. People can't get taking a day off of vacation from work is like a hard concept these days. Is it really that difficult to take a day off from work?
Yeah.
Zioli's off every Friday. Hey, all these people, I can't get off. What do you mean you can't get off?
Yeah.
Where have you been? You've been at your employer for 13 years, right? You don't have 21 days of vacation yet? You can't use one day?
Yeah, but you have a lot of self-employed people, too.
The question is should we do a live debate in person between, and I put in quotations, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris? If you were here about a month ago, you know what we're talking about. Should we do a live debate in person? Because, Trump's in Nashville.
Yeah.
Kamala's in New York.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to, coordinate and get them here.
Right.
Why don't you do this? They could do it. You could you could do it at 11 a.m. You could blow out an hour of the Dawn show. But people could do it on their lunch break.
Listen to you.
Yes.
So you're not taking a day off. Just come on over for your lunch break.
I'll slide the nap into the 2 p.m. hour
here we
now.
Go. Stop.
Slide your nap.
Push that off a little bit. A little later in the
day. Or you could spoon with Nick.
Yeah,
you know. What do you think?
There's a lot.
Do like a lunchy thing.
There's a lot more money to be made, Dawn, if we do it
in
at
the morning?
8:30 than, no offense. Sorry. I mean,
no
offense. It's your show, too. Come on.
Well, no, but I'm trying to.
Giving great ideas. It's always, you ever notice in the world today, it's always about why something can't happen. Never why, let's make it work. Let's make it happen. We live in a world of people of excuse makers.
75-25 right now. I want to know the 25 people. Like,
wait, 25?
25% saying no. Yeah.
No.
Okay, well, I'll take 3-1 yes.
Okay.
I'm happy with that.
And you could do like a breakfast thing too. So you could do, if you did it like at 8:30, then you could still just come in to work a little bit later.
Yeah, the 25% that say no are the same people that are mad that I shared the Cook political report polling news that was not favorable to Trump. Tammy tweeted me, and then I tweeted her back, and so now she blocked me. Yeah, so, yeah. Whatever.
By the way, the fact that Kellyanne Conway, because I looked up the whole, is it illegal for her? I know the foreign agent thing.
Nobody said it was illegal.
Yeah, no. But I know that there are some in the Trump campaign that don't want her, but Melania wants her. So in a game of rock, paper, scissors, Melania wins that one.
Yeah.
You think so? Over Don Jr.?
I do.
I tell you what, I'd listen to Melania over Don Jr., just my personal opinion, but what do I know? I'm not doing Pints and Politics next month. 855-839-1210, the phone number. We'll come back. Cut sheets coming up at, we'll call it right around 7:49 as we continue here on Kayal & Company.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Don't miss the Friends and Family Savings event at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Am I going to be okay? It's the most important question you should ask yourself when approaching retirement. A financial advisor will probably answer that question by looking at just one thing: how much you've saved. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, we believe that's only half the story. The stock market will continue to go up and down, but at Spectrum Wealth, we can help you build guaranteed lifetime income that's not affected by any of it. Let's sit down together and help you answer the question, am I going to be okay? Call 856-322-8686 or online at spectrumwp.com. And tune into the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to GetCash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
GetCash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to getcash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to getcash.com. That's getcash.com. Getcash.com.
Hey, this is Mike Quick. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point-of-sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS system available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team will create a custom game plan that will help your business succeed. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this summer with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
With NJ Diet, you can lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. They have customers that have lost 37 pounds, 100 pounds, and over 120 pounds, and they've kept it off. You'll have more energy, and you'll probably see better lab results. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to provide you personalized natural formulas and supplements so you can lose the weight, and DNA testing will help you keep it off. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Go to njdiet.com.
If the summer heat hasn't convinced you to replace your old windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help by giving you an extra month to do so at their best prices of the year. Take advantage of Guida's big summer sale and receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all expertly installed high-performance triple-pane windows. And 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing up to 18 months. Don't wait until fall like everyone else to replace your windows and doors. You need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires at the end of August. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, G-U-I-D-A.com.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Governor, 7:50 Thursday morning.
The only question now, Nick Kayal, is where would it be?
Breakfast?
If we do this live debate, where would it be?
Because you got to feed people if they're coming.
IHOP?
Oh, God, people are just so temperamental.
Come on.
We got a lot of great diners in the area.
He's all about
I
these
know, what is-
diners.
No, I love diners,
Me
but I'm
too.
just saying.
But like,
Well, bars aren't open that early.
they would for us if we could find one that
Yeah.
Does Mark still have?
No.
Although in my previous life doing sports, can't tell you how many times they'd sell us a remote at a bar that wasn't open, and you're sitting in there just talking to yourself.
I know.
What a
Chickies and
concept.
Pete's. South
Hey,
Philly.
it's never too
Yeah.
early for crab fries.
I mean, we could always do it at the Zlock Performing Arts Center there in Newtown.
I like that as well.
Because that's more of a.
Yeah.
I think that lends itself better to a live broadcast because it's a theater. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Well, and worst comes to worst, we do it in the hub. It's a nice, intimate setting, and based on the poll, 75% could attend, 25% can't. So, if we get 25 people, it'll be like a sales meeting on Tuesday.
Does Waffle House deliver?
Hey, there's
Waffle
an idea.
House.
Tasha's mad at me. She says on
Why?
Twitter, people have to go into work sick because they don't have vacation. That was such an out-of-touch point of view.
It was, Nick. Thank you.
Obtuse.
Not everybody is.
Not everybody gets vacation, I guess. All right. Yeah. You might want to get a better agent then. All right, 7:52. I'm on one.
Ooh.
I'm in a snarky mood today.
As somebody who doesn't have an agent.
Right. Yeah. I think they're worthless. Let's get to a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, Cherry Hill Volvo is offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any in-stock 2024 XC90 hybrid. They always go the extra mile for their customers at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out over 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring the ever-important Thursday edition. Sorry. Let's get this week over with.
You really don't know what day it is, do you?
No, I don't.
You thought I played in the softball game yesterday.
I do. I'm like this week for whatever. By the way, Phil, if you will, Dawn has been talking about this school board member, right? Dawn from Souderton, and the tweet that got him in hot water. We have the tweet. I can't say it on air. Yeah, Phil, if you want to put it up there, there it is.
Wow.
So if you're watching now on YouTube,
yes,
it's a response. He's responding to Proud Army Brat, who has a picture of Kamala Harris. It says, Harris says, "I will proudly put my record against Donald Trump's." What record? Name the one thing this chick has accomplished politically. One. And then he wrote back, she bleeped
a lot of dudes.
There you go. Yeah.
And that response got all of 3 views. So I hope it was worth it, Bill, to possibly nuke your career for 3 Tom, Dick, and Harrys to see your clever and possibly accurate reply.
By the way, his Twitter has since been deleted.
Oh, so geez, poor guy. It's just, I know we talked about it in the news about both hours. It's just, I hate that world that we live in. I hate the double-sided nature of the left can say this, the right says that, and then it's nuclear war, it's World War III. And, I don't know. Are we splitting hairs, cancel culture versus consequence culture? I know it's free speech, but there are repercussions for what you say. It's just, I don't know. I think if you're a public figure and you are, you know what it really is? Honestly, here's what it boils down to. Are you replaceable?
Yeah.
Right? If you're not replaceable, if you are the most important person to your company, you're going to get far more rope. You're going to get much more leeway. If you're just another salary on the books, I just feel like we live in a world where management and bosses, they get together and they say, I don't want to deal with this headache. Just get rid of the guy.
Yeah.
I think that's the world we live in. Whether we like it or not, that's what it is.
I have somebody texting me who's at Bedminster.
I need to play there so bad. I so want to play golf at Bedminster. It's like a bucket list item. And that was before I even, got
really?
Yes. It's like for 20 years I've seen that course on the PGA Tour. I'm like, I would love to play that place.
I mean, we have wealthy listeners. If any listener, if anybody's listening right now.
Yeah, we've got a great audience.
And wants to play.
Have let me come play Trump Philadelphia for free, which is just an incredibly nice gesture. I feel like I owe somebody else something now. I feel like a mooch.
I will say this, too, about that tweet. It does seem to be because there was that doctor here locally, right, Dawn, who was fired.
Oh, Jefferson,
who got in trouble for liking tweets about vaccines or like anti-vax tweets or something like that. So it does seem that one side of the aisle does get there are more penalties for that side of the aisle than if you're posting Orange Man bad.
Oh yes. Oh, you can. I mean, you can almost say whatever you want about Donald Trump on social media, and it's embraced. You get a nice hug. You get a couple of likes and retweets.
Yeah. All right, we are in the cut sheet, even though it's 11 minutes late. Joy Reid. No response.
It's just there's just nobody in the world of media that goes by the first name Joy that's happy. Right? Joy Reid, Joy
ironically
Behar.
named.
She says the Trump advance will nationalize their long-term goal of putting a stop to anti-white racism.
Their long goal of stopping anti-white racism.
Cut 17, Phil, go.
Republicans like Vance and Trump advisor Stephen Miller, who is tangentially connected to Project 2025, have made it a point to block these disbursements. In Project 2025, folks like Miller, Vance, and Trump want to nationalize their long-term goal of putting a stop to what they call anti-white racism, which is just another way of saying we're sick of America being held accountable for actual racism. Under Project 2025, the Department of Justice would play the central role in executing their national policy of reversing racial progress. They would force the DOJ's Civil Rights Division, which is responsible for enforcing federal statutes that prohibit discrimination based on race, color, or religion, or sex, disability, or national origin, to refocus, moving away from what they call affirmative discrimination and ensure, quote, lawfulness, which essentially means protecting the people who've had access and opportunity all along. Republicans.
Joy Reid actually coming off of her lowest rated June in 2 years. I read a story yesterday.
Really?
MSNBC has been in deep crap since the debate.
Can I say this?
June 27th.
Can I say this? Because I don't know how that feels to lose at something, because we haven't lost anything yet. But to lose ratings in the last 2 months that we've had is something special.
It's almost impossible to do.
It's almost impossible to do.
Right. Like, when we got our July ratings, it was great again, and we said all kinds of things. And I said this on the air, and I said this, to some friends. I'm like, honestly, you could have put a trained chimp in my seat for the month of July with everything that would have happened, and you probably wouldn't have lost ratings, right? Like, it just goes to show you how she's expired. Her act is over. Trying to be the smartest person in the room and be a race hustler, which she is. So what I would say, let me just flip it back on Joy with that soliloquy word salad from Harvard that she just gave. So you're admitting that there is anti-white racism in this country. Because I feel like straight white Christian males have been under, I love this word, under attack. They've been under attack for 4 straight years. Like, the white man's the boogeyman to Joy Reid and the far left, right? Like, we're the worst thing since sliced bread. We're automatically presumed to be racist. We're automatically presumed to have white privilege, it's so infuriating for any white person that grew up lower middle class that had to work for everything to just be lumped into, oh, he must be I golf. Oh, Nick Kayal must be a country club guy. I still can't afford a country club.
Yeah.
The joke of it is that this woman, all she sees is hate and racism,
right,
and ism. But the truth is, she's a 1%er. She is a wealthy elite person who is in a bubble, lives in a bubble, lives financially in a way that most Americans will never know her lifestyle, her elitist lifestyle. And so it's all ironic to me.
But you know what? I don't hold any ill will to the fact that she makes way more money than I'll ever make in my life. If she got there, she earned it, and she that's great. Kudos to you. But don't sit up on your soapbox and preach down to us that you really think that Trump and J.D. Vance's agenda. Can I pull out the 20-point MAGA 2024 platform? I'm trying to see where it says stop anti-white racism. Is that bullet point 17? Wait, no, it's not. No, it's not listed. Okay. No wonder why you're getting lower ratings than NPR.
Kamala Harris is set to deliver her economic policy speech on Friday. The senior spokesperson for the Harris Walls campaign, Adrian Elrod, was on CNN yesterday. And what's his name? John Berman? Chris Berman? No, John Berman.
Look at him go.
Asked, grilling this woman about the fact that Kamala Harris has not given an interview, why that is. We're going to play a couple clips of the Harris campaign defending this. This is cut 2. Phil, go.
What's on the vice president's schedule today?
Well, she's traveling and talking to voters and getting her message out there to the American people, something that she's been doing from the very start of this campaign and something that she certainly did when she was President Biden's running mate as vice president. But look, you just mentioned the speech she's going to be giving in North Carolina.
I was asking about today, and I don't think she's got any campaign events on the schedule today, does she?
Wow.
Well, she and Governor Walz have been traveling across the country. They hit nearly every battleground state last week. on the campaign trail. They raised $36 million within the first 24 hours of Governor Walz joining the ticket. And what she's going to be doing Friday is taking her economic message directly to the voters in North Carolina. I certainly don't want to get in front of exactly what she's going to say, but she's going to talk a little bit about how she's going to make sure that she's putting consumers first as part of her economic plan. She's going to take on corporate price gougers. She's going to take on junk fees. And that's something that, John, she did when she was Attorney General of California, something she continued to do as the United States Senator of California. So she's going to be taking that message out to voters, and I look forward to seeing more of what she's going to say on Friday.
I think we all do, and I'll ask you more about that in just a second. The reason I was asking about today is because it seems like she has time if she wanted to do an interview.
I mean, his credit, he's not letting it go.
Or do a news conference, correct? There does appear to be that time if she wanted.
Well, look, she has said on the campaign trail that she would be doing an interview at some point. She said that, I think, last week during a rope line or when she was talking to reporters. But look, what is important here, John, is that she is taking her message directly to the American people. She hit a number of battleground states. I think we had 15,000 people in Detroit last week, 12 to 13,000 in Nevada. She's been taking her message to the voters and drawing large crowds. So she's actually having those direct conversations.
But not today. All I'm saying is not today. She could do an interview today, I would think, because she's not out there today.
Well, look, she's taking her message directly to voters, and just because she doesn't have an interview scheduled on her public schedule doesn't mean that she's not taking her message directly to voters about how she's going to improve their lives, how she's going to protect their economic freedoms, how she's going to expand their rights as Americans, in contrast to Trump and J.D. Vance, who simply want to enact the Project 2025 agenda, which would just set America back dramatically.
Kudos to John Berman. He dug in. I mean, he treated her like Stephanopoulos would treat a Republican. I mean, he just kept going. I think Acosta did the same thing later in the day. Good. It's amazing to me how neither Biden or Harris ever, short of these few rogue appearances where they come out of their cave or their basement, they never have anything scheduled. The damnedest thing, isn't it?
Ridiculous.
Well, we didn't stop there. This is Harris campaign spokesperson Michael Tyler, who was on with Jim Acosta.
This is the one I'm talking about.
And asked why Kamala Harris is not holding any press conferences. Again, this has happened on CNN. Cut 9, Phil. Go.
Michael, I'm sure this is not going to be the first time you've heard this question, but the Trump campaign is also going after the vice president for not doing enough interviews, for not holding a press conference. Would it kill you guys to have a press conference? Why hasn't she had a press conference?
Listen, the vice president and Governor Walz have been busy crisscrossing this country since the launch of this campaign and adding Governor Walz to the ticket. You saw the ways in which they went across the battleground states last week, generating rallies of thousands, 10,000 here, 15,000 there. But
Michael, a campaign rally is not a press conference.
It's going to be inclusive.
Do you mind if I cut in? I mean, a campaign rally is not a press conference. Why hasn't she had a press conference? She's the vice president. She can handle the questions. Why not do it?
We absolutely are going to do it. You hear her take questions as she's out on the stump, and she said last week, we're going to be having a sit-down interview here before the end of the month. What she's going to be focused on and what this campaign is going to be focused on is communicating directly with the voters that are actually going to decide the pathway to 270 electoral votes. That's why she
Can you
Governor
commit to a
Walz
press conference this week?
This past week. That's why we're doing a bus tour in Pennsylvania as we head into Chicago. And it's why we'll sit down for an interview before the end of the month to make sure that we can have a deep dive conversation about the vision that Kamala Harris has for where she wants to take this country and the contrast that we're going to have with Donald Trump. We're going to have plenty of opportunities to do that throughout the rest of
one interview by the end of the month.
This month and throughout the rest of the campaign.
She couldn't do a deep dive off the diving board at the community pool if she fell into the water. What the hell is he talking about? Credit to Acosta, who's one of the biggest jerks on that network, for battling with Tyler there and continuing to grill. But let me just say this one last thing. Let me put the Kamala Harris hat on for a second, okay? Which is a dangerous exercise.
It is.
But if I'm her or her administration right now, if I'm looking at the entirety of all the polls, a bulk of the polls are showing a big swing from where it was with Joe to her. So in her defense, and I'm going to duck as I say this because I could have bullets whizzing by my head at any moment when I say this. In her defense right now, she doesn't have to, right? You've got the convention coming up next week. You're going to go into Labor Day. I think the first one will be like that Monday or Tuesday before Labor Day, and then that debate on September 10th. So I would like to see it. I think a majority of the media would like to see it. You can't be the nominee for 26 days and not speak to the public. It's indefensible. But right now, if you look at it from their vantage point, they're like,
I agree.
We don't feel the need to.
This is all by design. They're not like, oh, we're just not. They don't want her. They want her on script. They want her doing what she's doing. Yep. They want her not giving interviews. They want her not talking to the press. This is all by design. And by the way, for now, I'm not saying it's going to continue, but for now it's working. Because you know why?
No, good.
You know why? Because yes, this is a big deal to us. Yes, this is a big deal to CNN and Fox News and all that. But to the American people, do you think the average voter is sitting here going, well, I was going to vote for Kamala, but she hasn't given us any press conferences? Nobody thinks like that. Just the press and people who follow this closely like we do.
Yeah.
So it's really doing her no harm aside from the press.
And I think this also shows you why she was not going to be the option until it became she was the only option after Joe. After June 27th, after the assassination attempt, after the RNC, you had 3 monumental events that gave Trump this unbelievable boost, right? He was shot at, he crushed Joe in a debate, and that RNC convention was like Woodstock on steroids. It was phenomenal. I said that in that big take Friday morning after the Thursday wrap-up with Kid Rock, Hulk Hogan, the whole thing. But what does this go to show you? That they don't want to let her out for a month. Does she really need a month of preparation to be able to handle a softball interview from Kristen Welker, George Stephanopoulos, Lester Holt, or any other mainstream person?
I don't even think it's that. I think that the longer they wait, because you think about the elections in less than 90 days, like 82 days, and then you think of the fact that you have early voting beginning. And so all they want to do is just, they want to lessen the opportunity for her to speak.
Mm-hmm.
The less she talks, the better.
It's
not even preparation, because you can't prepare for her.
Right.
I mean, it's the laugh. It's the way that she speaks that lets you know that she either doesn't really believe in the policy or doesn't have it quite nailed down. I mean, she always consistently is known for saying things that muck up, any campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And look at when she ran for president against Joe Biden, she had some good moments.
Yeah.
But then she implodes.
Yes.
They all know her pattern.
I mean, let's think about this. If you want to boil it down to the most 2 simple things, running for president or being the president, half of it's policy, half of it's PR, right? You got to be effective, but you also got to be able to come out and talk and BS and lie and spin and present yourself. And we know she's a policy failure. But if she can't present and she can't speak, she's 0 for 2. What does she bring to the table other than her identity?
Yeah, even remember the clip that people play over, and we've played it over and over with Lester Holt. And he says, but you haven't been to the border. And she, and I don't know what you're talking about.
I haven't been to
I haven't been to Europe
either.
or something. and so it's like, she doesn't react to any of those. I mean, and that wasn't even really a tough question, was it?
No.
I mean, it was Lester. He was just saying, but you haven't been there. She doesn't pivot well. She doesn't.
She's not
handle those.
She's not quick on her feet.
By the way, let me just say one thing, because there's a second part of this, because Jim Acosta keeps going. I don't want to give too much credit to Jim Acosta, because if you notice the way he couched that thing, well, the Trump campaign is saying that you guys aren't doing any reviews, and then he says, if you don't mind me interrupting,
thank you.
Dude, you're a scumbag. Just stop.
He's so sugary and nice, just like he was when he would interrupt the president when Trump was president.
The Trump campaign is saying, how about the fact that I claim to be a journalist, so I think for journalism, she should do some more interviews or some press conferences or something.
And even you don't even need to give your opinion here, Jim. You could just be straight journalist and say, here's the facts.
Yep.
The facts are you were elevated 25 days ago, haven't blah, 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 blah. How do you explain that?
Kudos to John Berman, no kudos to Jim Acosta.
Fine by me.
This is cut 10, Phil, where he continues. Cut 10, go.
I don't want to belabor this, but one interview before the end of the month. I mean, that's not a lot. I mean, can you commit to a press conference before the end of the month?
we will commit to directly engage with the voters that are actually going to decide this election. And that is going to be complete with rallies, with sit-down interviews, with press conferences, with all the digital assets that we have at our disposal. We are running a campaign that is built to communicate with the voters that are actually going to decide the pathway to 270 electoral votes. We are confident in the plan that we have in place, and we're going to execute on that plan.
And that plan is to make sure she doesn't screw it up by saying something stupid.
That's right. I mean, look, these polls, they are snapshots in time, and right now it's advantage Harris. But let's think about this as well. You talk about momentum, you talk about narratives. This thing could totally change after September 10th. That's the one thing where you almost wonder. And, Trump comes out. He's in North Carolina. He's on point. He was staying on prompter for the most part. He was hammering home policies. There's also a part of maybe you just kind of take your foot off the gas a little bit. And I know that's hard to say. It's easier said than done, hard to do. I don't know. Does Trump lay low a little bit? Just, because I don't know what you're going to do to steal the spotlight from Kamala next week. If you think this has been rough, seeing the media carry her water for 25 days, I got news for you, folks. You better get your barf bag for next week, because at the DNC, short of these protesters upending everything, and reports are there's going to be over 100,000 pro-Palestinian protesters. If you thought Fox News was waving the pom-poms for the RNC, wait till you see what the mainstream does at the DNC.
There was just another court ruling yesterday that the courts are in Chicago are doing everything, and even the federal courts, just to keep those protesters away, as far away as they can from the DNC. But the judge ruled in favor of the Democrats and the DNC against the protesters. However, they're already appealing it, so they know that this is their opportunity.
Yep. By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button, hit the thumbs up button. Everybody watching, every single person watching, everybody watching. Hit the thumbs up button, and also please hit the subscribe button. We need to get in people's algorithms. We need to trick those algorithms, because YouTube ain't doing nothing to promote us. By the way, Mike Carr on the YouTube chat suggested we do the debate at the FOP Lodge 5. Not a bad idea.
I like that.
Brilliant.
Not a bad idea.
Absolutely.
They would, and they have a bar, and they would definitely open up for us early.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice central location.
Yeah.
Tommy McDonald, the great engineer here, suggested Ponzio's in New Jersey.
I love Ponzio's. I haven't been there in years.
A lot of good ideas coming in.
Great idea, Tommy.
If you're just tuning in, we're discussing having a live debate, and I put debate in quotations, with Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
And by the way, I'm going to give a shout out to a business, if I could, because they're big fans.
Oh, here we go.
Collegeville Bakery. Big fans of the show.
Yes.
Got a message from them yesterday. I just wanted to say that they really enjoy the show. I told them I'd give them a nice little mention.
Delish.
Dem Governor Phil Murphy, New Jersey.
Jersey.
Was on CNN defending Kamala Harris avoiding interviews. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
Joining me right now is the Democratic governor of New Jersey, Phil Murphy. It's good to see you, Governor. Thank you for coming in. Elon Musk wrapped this conversation with Donald Trump, saying this in part, that he thinks the country is at a fork in the road of destiny, of civilization, and I think we need to take the right path, and I think you're the right path, he told Donald Trump. Not a hard-hitting interview, but as Trump made the point to say he is doing interviews, Kamala Harris has not yet. Do you think that is becoming a problem for for you all supporting Kamala Harris, that it's not just a scheduling issue?
You know what she wanted to say? For all of us supporting Kamala Harris. I mean, you all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Kate Bolden, no credibility.
Sorry, we continue.
You won't be surprised to hear I had no time for the Musk-Trump interview, so I can't comment on any content. But no, not at all. I think she's had an extraordinary several weeks. Tim Walz is an inspired pick. She's on a roll. She is, as he has said, she's brought joy back into the whole arena of politics. There'll be plenty of time to do interviews. Yep. And God knows one thing about last night, without having heard it, that was no interview. So when she does interviews, she'll do it with real journalists like yourself.
Yeah, and I want to speak on this concept of the whole interview. This was never, you can call it what you want, but Elon Musk said multiple times, he used the word conversation. And if you actually took the time to listen to it, Phil, I know you're busy governing New Jersey to excellence, but if you actually listened to it, it was a conversation. It was a 2-hour chop it up and let's just talk about the issues. This was not an interview. This is so you can call it an interview, a conversation, whatever you want to call it. Whatever it was, Kamala can't do it. Okay. I saw Jim Lyons from CNN saying that this does not constitute an interview. The fact that anybody on CNN has the gumption to declare what is an interview and what is not is really astounding to me, considering the way they prop people up.
Yesterday, we told you the story. We reported the story of that Haitian migrant that raped the 15-year-old disabled girl and was released on a $500 bail. I believe that happened up in Massachusetts. There's an update on the story from Bill Malugin from Fox. Would you like to hear that? This is cut 8. Sure. Phil, go.
Sources tell me they were furious when local authorities in Massachusetts, a sanctuary state, ignored their detainer request and released an alleged Haitian child rapist on just a $500 bond back in June. ICE has been looking for him ever since, and yesterday they got him. Take a look. Boston-based ICE deportation officers arrested 26-year-old Haitian national Corey Alvarez yesterday morning in Brockton. That's about 30 minutes south of Boston. He is now in federal custody. As Fox has reported, Alvarez was charged with aggravated child rape earlier this year after prosecutors say he raped a 15-year-old girl inside of a migrant hotel in Rockland, Massachusetts back in March.
And I believe Kamala Harris has once called ICE the KKK. I know that's out there, and she wants to abolish ICE completely. And I said this a month ago on this show. If you're Donald Trump and you want to have a major moment, you get every victim of an illegal immigrant crime, Laken Riley's parents, anybody that's been raped, assaulted, killed, anything from A to Z that shouldn't be here in this country.
Yep.
You get all these people together at a big venue and you say, under my watch, this will be no more. That'll be a powerful moment.
Yes, and think about the victim in this case is a 15-year-old girl who's in that community. So the people on the front line of this issue, these people who are coming from prisons, so there are people coming here legitimately who are seeking asylum.
Yep.
But on the other hand, you have these wolves in sheep's cloth hiding right there with other asylum seekers. And so that's why Trump is popular within the immigrant community. In the, you know what I mean?
Yep. And think about this. It's a 15-year-old, so it's a minor. It's a female, and she has a disability.
Oh,
and that animal did that to her.
It's sick.
Yeah, I mean, we need to, if he's found guilty, because I guess we have to say alleged, right? If he's found guilty, firing squad.
Drop him in a Shark Tank.
That would be great.
And then film it.
How about an electric Shark Tank?
Are they ill-tempered?
No, like a Shark Tank that has electrocution.
Oh, that'd be good. I'd be fine to any of that.
So just in case
then it would kill the shark.
That's fine.
We don't want to kill the shark.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
Good ways to kill people.
Yeah, these savage animals.
I like this.
I just saw the front page of the New York Post today. An 11-year-old child here with either illegal immigrant parents or here illegally himself, arrested for assault. 11-year-old.
Yeah.
And I was told everybody's just fleeing for a better life. Okay.
CNN's Harry Enton. This clip is a day or two old, but I didn't get to it yesterday because we always have so much.
Greg, you can't share stuff that's old. I brought up a Cook political poll from 11 days ago. People want to chop my head off. No old stuff, please. Only new stuff, please.
People are just. There's some guy on the YouTube chat that is just like, oh, this story is 2 days old. We know it already. It's like, okay, all right, dude. Then like, I don't know what to say. Then we're not the show for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Which story?
I don't know what it was.
All right.
Everybody's just so. Why aren't you talking about this? Why aren't you talking about this? Like, give us. We know what we're doing. Okay. I see you, Nick, fighting with somebody on
Yeah,
Twitter.
very rarely do I fight with people. Anyway, I'm in the mood. I'm sick of these people. All right, don't question what we're doing here. All right, what we're doing here is working. I thought the left were the people that were always in their feelings, offended, and act like snowflakes. Toughen up, get some thicker skin. All right.
By the way, NPR is not beating us. It's just the wrong talking point. It's just the wrong talking point. Okay.
Should be more worried about who I'm beating.
Thank you.
Okay, and I won't even say it because I've got respect for him.
Hopefully not his daughters.
No, I just take away their iPhones.
Sorry,
that's better punishment.
Sorry, I went really dark there. I don't know why.
I like it.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, I had to take the iPhone away from Mia for 24 hours.
Good.
Yeah. Can I tell you? Can I share this story real quick?
Well,
Or do you want to play 2-day-old audio that's going to trigger one guy on YouTube?
Tell us the story.
Well, my story's actually 3 days old, so that might trigger that guy. That might trigger that guy as well. No, we were at my daughter's dance 3 days ago, and my wife's two best friends came down. So they went into dance, and right above the dance studio, there's this little brewery, and we went in there and we had dinner and happy hour. And Mia got done before Olivia because they're in separate classes with different time slots. So she comes up and sees her two cousins, and then they all had to go to the bathroom. By the way, what is it with every time women get to a restaurant, they immediately have to use the restroom? Is it a bladder thing? Is it a nerve thing? And I'm not talking about like a date setting. Every time I go to a restaurant, my wife or my daughters, can I use the bathroom? I'm like, yeah, but did you just have like 100 ounces of water? What's going on here?
I do that too.
Do you really?
My husband does that.
I don't know. There's got to be an internal trigger that makes you have to pee all the time. It's amazing. I drink 100 ounces of water a day. I don't pee like you guys.
Nick, Dawn, it's quite eerie how similar
I know.
your husband and I
Kinda
are.
scary.
Sorry, Nick, go on.
So the manager of the restaurant comes over and says, "Was that your daughter that went to?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "What happened?" And she goes, "Yeah, she made some weird gesture to some of the bar patrons." And so I come back and she comes back. And I'm like, "What did you do?" And she goes, "Nothing." I'm like, the manager of the restaurant didn't come over to just tell.
What? Uh-oh.
Yeah, so apparently she was making like silly hand gestures, her and her little cousin, as they went to the bathroom. So she lied to me. I took the phone away for 24 hours.
Good for you.
Yeah, no need to beat them. You just take away their electronics.
Why were they making hand gestures?
Yeah, I still have.
Why
no
were the
answer
people
to
at the
it.
bar even talking to your little girl?
I have no idea.
Well, maybe.
Let's see if the Secret Service can get to the bottom of it.
I don't know. I think it's creepy. I think maybe it was creepy that they were even talking to her. Why are they even talking to her?
I don't even know that the patron sitting at the stool saw it.
Yeah, I'm saying to the patron, once you turn around, what are you looking at a little girl for?
I think the managers saw her, not necessarily Bob drinking.
I'm sticking up for Mia over here.
There you go, Dawn. Nice work.
Can I get back to the cut sheet?
Oh, sorry.
We're all over the place. By the way, we're going to do voicemails at 7:45. I'm getting a lot of voicemails in. If you have not done so yet, please hit the voicemail button, the microphone button on the Odyssey app, and leave us a voice message. We'll play it this morning at 9:45. Okay, Harry N. cautions Democrats on 3 points. Because everybody is, all the Democrats now are on this high. They weren't on this high when Trump was ahead. Now they are for these polls that. But what were the polls like in 2016 and 2020 at this point?
Okay,
right. That's the question.
Yep.
This is cut 3. Phil, go.
I want to take a step back and sort of point out we've kind of been here before. So August 13th, how far were the polls off in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin? And this is in 2016 and 2020. Trump was estimated both times around and by significant margins. Take a look here. In 2016, the average poll in those states that I mentioned, those Great Lake battleground states, Trump was underestimated by 9 points on average at this point in 2016. How about 2020? It wasn't a one-off. Look at this. He was underestimated by 5 points on average. And, of course, Kamala Harris's advantage in those New York Times Siena College polls were 4 points in each of these key battleground states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. The bottom line is this. If you have any idea, if you're a Kamala Harris fan and you want to rip open the champagne bottle, pop that cork, do not do it. Donald Trump is very much in this race. If we have a polling shift like we've seen in prior years from now until the final result, Donald Trump would actually win. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I am saying that he is very much in this ballgame based upon where he is right now, and compare that to where he was in prior years.
There's a little bit more to this. I want to play it, but can I just say this? Isn't he admitting that the polls are all crap.
Well, he is.
That's true.
And I like Harry Anton a lot. He's actually really good at what he does. But here's the thing that he's not really saying here, and that's, by the way, because for those that can't see, those numbers are for Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Yep.
So Trump was underestimated by 9 percentage points in 2016. He ended up winning all 3 of those states against Hillary.
He did.
Now, in 2020, he was underestimated by 5%, but he lost all 3 of those states. So it's not like he won both of those states in 16 and 20. He got swept 4 years ago.
No,
he lost all 3 of those states in 2020.
He did, but I think what he's saying was that it was 5 points off. You know what I mean?
Oh, a poll versus the actual.
Yes.
Okay.
So where the actual total came was 5 points off from where it was in August 13th or 14th of that same year.
Gotcha.
A little bit more here, Phil. Go.
Certainly heard the Harris campaign saying we have to keep fighting.
Absolutely.
This is definitely not over. All right. Let's talk about enthusiasm and how that translates actually. We are quite a ways out, again, 3 months about.
Yeah, yesterday I was mentioning, the enthusiasm for the Democratic ticket was up.
Yeah.
But that enthusiasm is not the same thing as going out to actually vote. And there's a different question, which essentially says, how certain are you actually going to go out and vote? And this is the top range. Almost certain to vote. Again, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. This is among registered voters. Look at this. Look at Kamala Harris now compared to where Joe Biden was back in May. In fact, 62% of Joe Biden voters said they were almost certain to turn out and vote. Now,
it's gone down.
It's actually gone down a little bit. I would call this in the same general area at 61%. But it's basically unchanged. And look at Donald Trump. He was at 58% in May. He's actually gone up a little bit now. He's at 60% now. Again, basically no real change. So the bottom line here is, yes, there may be more enthusiasm for Kamala Harris, but the fact is we're not seeing that necessarily translate in the almost certain vote. And one little other note, Sarah, I will note this. Donald Trump is more popular today than he was on August 13th in either 2020 or 2016. So the bottom line is, yes, Kamala Harris is doing better in the polls, but there's a long way to go. The polls can shift. The almost certain to vote hasn't actually shifted, and Donald Trump is more popular than he was at either 2016 or 2020 at this point.
So a couple of observations from that. Huge if true that the voter enthusiasm hasn't moved for Harris, especially considering that's a New York Times Siena poll. Also, Trump's popularity in 16 to now up 25% 8 years later.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that. And he's been out of office for 4 years, and his popularity is up 25% more. That is fascinating. And, the big takeaway for me is it's a lot of manufactured excitement. I know you say what you want about the polls, say what you want about rallies, say what you want about whether it's a concert with a musician that's there that boosts attendance or whatever, but a lot of this is do I think Kamala has given a little more juice than what Joe was when Joe was the top of the ticket? Yes, by default, just because it's somebody different. It's just a different human being, so that's natural. But a lot of this is media driven. Point in case, my God, the Time magazine cover, they're making it look like she's Mother Teresa. For the love of God.
I don't know, guys. I think that the Democrat base was telling the Democrats in power,
we want something else.
We want something else.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when the Democrats acquiesced and pushed Joe Biden to the side, I think that juiced the Democrats. I really believe that because they were like, this is what we want. I don't know if they necessarily wanted her, but it's something different. It's something to kind of different to kind of sink your teeth into. And we've said this for the last 6 months. Like when it was Trump v. Biden, like the enthusiasm level for this election was zilch. There wasn't a ton of enthusiasm from either side.
Yeah, I think the only enthusiasm was from the fringes of the far left saying, "Yeah, I just can't have Trump in office anymore." That person was enthused, and then on the other side, the diehard Trump supporter who knows that Joe Biden is a complete boob and feels like their guy got robbed 4 years ago. The enthusiasm was high there. But, it's inevitable. We will end up having the conversation if Trump loses. We're going to sit back and we're going to have a show one day. It might be a big take. It might be in the 6:30 block of, well, the Democrats listened to their base and swapped out Joe for Kamala. The Republicans had their chance in the primary, and they rode with Trump anyway. But what's interesting, so let me just go to what you talk about, lack of enthusiasm for your options versus what primary voting polls and results showed us. So nobody wanted Joe, and I understand, they didn't put RFK on the ballot and the whole bit. But Joe, for somebody that didn't have any enthusiasm, he got 95% of the vote. So, which is just a weird thing to kind of process in your mind. Nobody was excited for him, but 95% wanted him. Make of that what you will. I don't know how to, compartmentalize and process that, but that's just the fact.
Well, I don't think they. I mean, they didn't have a choice. They did.
I mean, Marianne Williamson.
No. What's the guy's name?
Cornel West.
No, the other dude. The guy who actually ran against Biden.
Oh, the guy up in or out in
Doug something. No, not Doug.
Is he from Minnesota?
Yeah, whatever his name was. It doesn't matter.
Anyway,
but they didn't really have a choice. I mean, I guess they kind of did, but it.
Right, no, because Democrats subverted them. They said we don't care what you want.
Yeah. So people like that last clip from Harry Enton. I don't know if they're going to like this one so much.
No, don't play it then.
He suggests that Harris is surging with swing state white working class voters.
Yeah.
This is cut 4. Phil, go.
That comes as Kamala Harris is making gains in key swing states with a surprising and crucial voting group. And Harry Enton is here with me to go beyond the numbers. So, Harry, we know, obviously, you look at the overall polls, you see these swing state polls, the ones over the weekend from Siena did stand out. We'll see if that's really where this goes. But you found something very interesting in terms of one group that stands out.
White working class voters, white voters without a college degree. That is Donald Trump's core group. That was the reason why he was able to break down that giant blue wall, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, in the Great Lakes. And look at their support now versus where we were a few months ago when the matchup was between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Look, Donald Trump still leads, but look at that margin. It has shrunk significantly. It was 25 points back in May. It is now 14 points now here in August, nearly been sliced by half. Those numbers that Harris is putting up amongst that group right now are actually slightly better than Joe Biden did 4 years ago amongst those voters in those key states. Those are the types of numbers that Kamala Harris needs to put up in order to win. And of course, Joe Biden was like, I don't want to drop out of the race because I'm not sure that Kamala Harris can break in with this group, but it turns out she absolutely can.
Which is fascinating because originally when they started, right, it was an immediate map expansion. They started looking at Georgia, North Carolina even. Not giving up, but it seemed like sort of accepting that conventional wisdom. Correct. And now it's fascinating that may not be the case. So also the economy. When we look at that, we just were talking about that. That's an issue Trump has been extremely strong on. Is that changing?
It is. I mean, again, look, we're still looking at Trump having a clear advantage amongst white working class voters in, the Great Lake battleground states. But again, the margin is shrinking, and elections are all about margins. You see it shrinking. He had a 36-point advantage in May. It's now down to 24 points here in August. These are the types of numbers that Kamala Harris needs to put up. And more than that, it's about the economy. This is also a change election, and it's also about change as well. And she's breaking through among white working class voters on the issue of change. So the economy and change working for her cohesively.
You're talking about
Okay, so you saw 25 and 14. It was down 11 points. Trump's still up 14. And that one right there was 36 to 24. And that one specifically was Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If Trump goes from up 36 to up 24, I don't think it's major cause for concern. I'm not going to try to sound the alarms and hit the panic button. But I would think if you're trying to figure out, okay, well, what changed here? Obviously, it's Kamala. But when you throw in Michigan, I think that's the reason why it's gone down by 33%, is because I think Kamala Harris is going to do well in Michigan with the pro-Palestinian vote. And I would imagine that you have people in the pro-Palestinian community that didn't go to college because maybe they emanated from, the Middle East and didn't attend a college here. That would be my deductive reasoning as to why that number. But I'm not going to panic over that. I know he talks about margins, but plus 14, plus 24, still good. Although you have to wonder, who are these people, right? Mm-hmm. Who, what demographic? Okay, I got it. It's non-college white men, but are they liberal men?
By the way,
I don't know.
Nobody should panic or celebrate on any of this. And for the people saying, why are you playing all of this polls and talking about the polls? It's because we're just reacting to what the media is talking about,
and what information is out there,
and what information is out there, and that's what our job is. I'm sorry, Don.
I think what would be entertaining is if in Nick's studio we put a poll in there And every time you talk about a poll, you have to be on the poll.
Yeah.
Like poll dance.
I'll actually deliver poll results as I work the poll.
See, I would like that.
What about union members? We've seen a lot of these union leaders now that are supporting Democrats, but what do the union members say? This is Frank Luntz discussing that. Cut 5, Phil, go.
But I assure you that Donald Trump is doing better among the average union member, not teachers' unions, and not the unions for government, but everybody else, the trades, the people who work with their hands. He's doing better among them than any Republican has done in decades. This is not going to be a problem for him. The union leadership is more divided from their membership, and the louder that it gets, the greater the divides are going to come. And in my focus groups, and this is remarkable to me, the union membership says they don't speak for me. And I've been doing this now since I hate to say this, 89, 1990. I've never had union people publicly say they don't speak for me.
It's a good point. Union workers versus union bosses, two different sets of ideologies and beliefs. And if that is true from Frank Luntz, who's been doing this for 35 years, he knows what he's talking about. He's got good information. And these are the things that I think that the mainstream doesn't want to talk about. Trump doing so great with union workers. Trump doing so well with Jewish voters. Doing well. Trump has made inroads. And I get it. It's not massive numbers, 6% to 12% or 12% to 20%. But think about this. I gave you this yesterday in one segment where the highest Republican polling number or result numbers in an election for the Jewish vote was 40%.
Yeah.
I think that was Ronald Reagan. So, we're talking almost 4 decades later. If that was 40%, I do think it's conceivable that Trump can eclipse that with the Jewish vote. So with the union members, I'm not surprised at all. And again, that's the people that are working with their hands, not the teachers union and these other unions, the true laborers out there.
People who work with their hands.
Yeah. The grinders.
Tim Walz went out for on his own campaign rally. He was in Los Angeles speaking, and he addressed his military service in there. I think this is actually the first time he's actually publicly addressed it, as far as him being VP. And the claims that he says J.D. Vance is making against him. This is cut 7. Phil, go.
Then in 2005, I felt the call of duty again, this time of being service to my country in the halls of Congress. My students inspired me to run for that office, and I was proud to make it to Washington. I was a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee and a champion of our men and women in uniform. I'm going to say it again as clearly as I can. I am damn proud of my service to this country. And I firmly believe you should never denigrate another person's service record. To anyone brave enough to put on that uniform for our great country, including my opponent, I just have a few simple words. Thank you for your service and sacrifice.
I think he handled that very well, by the way.
Again,
it's a very unpopular opinion, but he did.
Well, here's where I disagree. Not from the way he handled it, but what he said. J.D. Vance isn't denigrating your service. J.D. Vance is pointing out the fact that you lied. The fact that when push came to shove, for lack of a better term, you bounced. You left your group when it was about to get real. I don't think anybody's disputing the fact that he, quote, joined, he served the whole bit. But when it came down to game time, my guy took his ball and went home. That's what happened. So is it splitting, mincing words? Perhaps. But I agree with J.D. Vance. He's not questioning whether or not he did X, Y, or Z. His own battalion leader, or apologies if I get the terminology wrong, has come out and said that, no, this guy left. He took the soft way out. I think that's the problem that people have with it.
He lied about his service. And
Right.
he lied about he lied in saying that he was, in fact, in combat.
I think
he lied.
At the end of the day, it probably is not going, and I'm in agreement with Greg on this part. It's not going to really play with the younger the crowd, Gen Z to millennial. The higher up you go, the older you are, I think this resonates more. But also the setting matters. He's in Los Angeles. I don't think anybody gives a rip in Los Angeles. That's like right in his strong, like that should be Kamala Harris country, right?
Yeah.
That's just like Philadelphia. It's probably 7-1, 8-1 D over R. I would say this though. And I like the fact that he's at least visible and he's out talking, because I'm going to be consistent with, hey, you can't be the president or vice president and be hiding in a bunker. But if I was them strategy-wise, I probably wouldn't spend much time talking. Like, the media has actually done a nice job in the mainstream media of pointing out his lies. I would just let it wash under the rug and just focus on other things if I was being an objective strategist.
If I'm working for, the Trump Vance camp, I'm going to make sure that for that first Veep debate, sitting in the front row, or any event that I have, sitting in the front row is a Gold Star mom named Mrs. Miller. Her son, Kyle, 19 years old, was killed in Iraq, June 29th of 2006. And she has done interviews. She's called him out, Tim Walz out, as a coward who backed out of the military unit that her son then went on to Iraq and was killed there. And so it's not the important piece of this. It's not J.D. Vance who has brought this forth. It's people like Mrs. Miller, who's a Gold Star mom, whose son died because this guy, Tim Walz, who has claimed that he went to Iraq, has claimed that he's a combat veteran. That's an insult to Gold Star moms like her. She's the one speaking out, saying this guy abandoned my son, abandoned that unit, but they went. And also some of the people who did end up going in that unit are the ones who've been speaking out for years. So I think the important piece of this, it's not J.D. Vance who brought this up or brought this to the spotlight, and what he can do to throw off, Tim Walz. Make sure that Gold Star mom is right there.
I think at the end of the day, when you look at these two Veep candidates, you've got one guy who's pointing out the other guy's lying of his military resume. And then you've got the Democrats pointing out that J.D. Vance made a comment about childless cat ladies. I think at the end of the day, it's just red meat to both bases. It's, if you're a Republican and you're a J.D. Vance supporter and a Trump supporter, it's Tim Walz is a coward and a weasel. If you are a female liberal and you hear Tim Walz bring up J.D. Vance childless cat comments, it's further affirmation for women on the left that, these Republican men are anti-women. I don't know at the end of the day that either attack strategy moves the needle for the independent.
It doesn't, because these people were already voting for.
You've probably already made up your mind. So you're just tossing some red meat to your base to satisfy their hunger.
I said it yesterday. I'm going to say it again. Abortion, immigration, economy. That's it. That's what the majority of people vote on. That's what everybody else needs to focus on. That's what these campaigns need to focus on. And anything else is just noise.
Except that I will say this, that if you have, if the narrative, and it's all about controlling the narrative. So if the narrative that the Republican campaign wants to make, and that's at the top of the ticket and down ticket, but if the narrative they want to create about Kamala Harris and her running mate is a narrative by which these individuals will say anything. They'll say anything, they'll do anything to win their campaign, but they're not going to fulfill any of these policy promises. If that's the narrative that, for example, Tim Walz, if you look at how he was during the pandemic shutdowns, if you look at what he did according to this Gold Star mom and other military veterans, then he's somebody who, much like Governor Phil Murphy, who you played earlier, is rules for thee but not for me. Somebody who will say anything, do anything, even to stoop so low as to claim a title and claim that he was a combat veteran when he never served. And so that narrative and controlling that narrative actually does matter, because then that gets out there even on social media, even if CNN doesn't report it, but it gets in the minds of the American people.
All right.
By the way, MGM guy on the YouTube chat says Nick is on point today. Must have shot an 85 yesterday.
I'm on point. I'm on point every day, and I wish I would have shot 85 yesterday. I wish I would have played golf. Period. Yesterday.
Average white man on Twitter says a wood chipper is a gruesome death. Yeah, that's a very underrated way to kill somebody.
It is wood chipper.
Wood chipper. I like the wood chipper. Anything that we do, in case you're just tuning in and you're wondering why we're talking about cool ways to kill people, is because of the Haitian migrant who, I guess we have to say allegedly, raped a 15-year-old disabled girl. And if he's found guilty, what his death penalty should be.
Yeah.
We suggested sharks, a pool of sharks, firing squad, and electric eels, maybe.
Watching The View on ABC with your eyelids taped wide open. Just a thought. All right, that'll do it for the cut sheet. We will come back at a big 3 from Dawn at the top of the hour. But I do want to wrap up the 8 o'clock hour on the other side with a report that I just saw from Susan Crabtree. She's a national political correspondent from Real Clear Politics, and she's got an exclusive as to what happened yesterday with Donald Trump in North Carolina pertaining to the Secret Service. Sometimes people abbreviate Secret Service as SS. If this is true, if it's true, Secret Service might need to be relabeled 2 other words. Bleep show. We'll give you the details on the other side. Stay right there. It's Kayal and Company.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine. From Rescue Natural Supplements, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listeners can take advantage of a special offer. Buy 1 bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing your order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get that second bottle of energy-boosting Rescue Orosine totally free.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company as we roll on this beautiful Thursday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Dawn's Big 3 coming up top of the hour. Morning Mystery Movie Clip at 9:20. Cut Sheet Part 2, and your voicemails still on the way. I do want to read this Twitter thread. I just saw this, and I think this is very, very important. And if this is true, this should be making national headlines. Susan Crabtree, national political correspondent for Real Clear Politics, well-respected writer and reporter, is sharing this information, and you can see it at Susan Crabtree is her X handle. She says, exclusive and breaking. During a Donald Trump visit to North Carolina yesterday, a woman Secret Service agent abandoned her post to breastfeed with no permission or warning to the event site agent. That according to 3 sources in the Secret Service community. Shortly before Trump's motorcade arrival, I'm told 5 minutes beforehand, the site agent was getting ready for the arrival. The site agent is the person in charge of the entire event security. The site agent went to do one final sweep of the walking route and found the agent breastfeeding her child in a room that is supposed to be set aside for important Secret Service official work, i.e. a potential emergency related to the president. A working agent on duty cannot bring a child to a protective assignment. The woman was out of the Atlanta field office. The woman agent was in the room with 2 other family members. The agent and her family members bypassed the uniform division checkpoint and were escorted by an unpinned event staff into the room to breastfeed, the sources said. Unpinned means they have not been cleared by the Secret Service to even be there. When contacted about the incident, Secret Service spokesman Anthony Guglielmi said that the incident did not have an impact on the event and it's under review. Quote, all employees of the U.S. Secret Service are held to the highest standards, he said. Quote, while there was no impact to the North Carolina event, the specifics of this event are being examined. Given this is a personal matter, we are not in a position to comment further.
Wow.
What a bunch of boobs.
Yeah, boobs, T-words.
First of all, I'm going to say something really sexist.
What?
I'm going to duck here.
You're going to be like Al Bundy about no breastfeeding in the shoe store.
If you're the reason I don't think Secret Service agents should be women who have children is because like your job is basically to take a bullet for the president.
Yeah.
Or former president.
Yeah.
And you're going to leave that child an orphan.
Oh, wow.
I'm just like it's kind of selfish.
Yeah, I guess possibly. Also, when we think about the last 1 month and 2 days, the ineptitude and the incompetence of the Secret Service. Look, Dawn, I can't really speak to it, but I believe you were a person that fed your child naturally as opposed to a bottle. I'll leave the floor to you. Is this a acceptable thing for a Secret Service agent to do as the president's about to pull in?
No. And by the way, the truth of this is, first of all, for anybody who's maybe about to have a baby or whatever, there's no nipple confusion. That whole thing is BS. If your baby's hungry and you can do the bottle, you can do the boob, it doesn't matter. Number one. Number two, they used to tease me because your body will get acclimated to your schedule. So even when I was at work, I didn't have to pump. Now, they would tease me, my co-anchors, because they were like, Dawn, those things are going to blow. You know, they get filled up. But your body will actually get acclimated to the schedule, believe it or not. I don't know if you knew that, but that's the honest to God's truth. So I didn't even pump. And I actually would just wait, and that I didn't have to pump. Do you know what I'm saying? So that Secret Service agent, it's probably too much information, but
yeah.
She could, somebody, first of all, I don't believe that you're allowed. Did you say that already?
Yeah,
I don't think you're allowed to have bring your baby. Because what if somebody shot at the president and killed your baby? So that whole thing is ridiculous.
I mean, just to make it simple, it's like she's on the clock, yet she's not actually working, and she punched out to breastfeed as Trump's pulling in with a motorcade.
That's crazy.
We really have to break. Let's. I want to have this conversation on the other side. This is a fascinating conversation, if true.
All right, more of Kayal and Company. We're going to take a quick break. And
JD says I'm pumping right now.
Yeah, I'm going to go pump real quick myself. Back after this.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
What happens when Washington liberals spend trillions of dollars? Just look around. Prices are way up. They pushed a bunch of reckless spending, and Senator Bob Casey voted for it. Now we're paying higher gas prices, higher grocery prices, and higher utility bills. Casey helped create this mess by voting with President Biden 98% of the time, including voting for trillions in wasteful spending. Instead of listening to the warnings, Senator Casey sided with the liberals, causing this inflation disaster. Casey voted to let illegals take your tax dollars. He voted to let illegals collect $500 million in COVID relief checks. It's more for illegals and less for us. Come on, Senator Casey. That's just not right. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act. Paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles.
Highly logical.
Learn about Navient's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills, too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tonight's 640 Phillies Nationals game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tonight.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Mama's got a squeeze box she wears on her chest. But when Daddy comes home, he never gets no rest. Cause she's playing all night, and the music's alright. Mama's got a squeeze box, Daddy never sleeps at night.
Not that I get no love. I get no love for my music selection. Come on.
Music is always all right on this show, as it should be.
On point.
Thank you.
You know, if this Talk Radio 1210 thing doesn't work out, I think Greg and Phil have a future in the music industry of radio.
Yeah. We would be
might be curtains for being done, but
we would be a good morning duo on a rock station if music stations had DJs anymore.
Yeah. Well, AI killed the DJ, right?
Yeah.
Well, at least that's what I think will happen in the next few years. All right. Dawn's Big Three here in about 5 minutes. But if you were with us in the end of the last hour, from about 8:50 till about 8:55, we talked about this report from Susan Crabtree from Real Clear Politics about how basically, and I won't read her entire tweet again, yesterday Trump was rolling into Asheville, North Carolina, and a woman Secret Service agent left her post to breastfeed her child with two family members in an area that is only allowed to be entered by cleared and vetted Secret Service agents, which, again, when you think about the last 33 days of our lives, we have certainly had many questions as to what in the world is going on with the Secret Service. And I'm sorry, in my opinion, again, another fireable offense. So you're bringing family members that are not allowed to be there, and then you are leaving your post, so to speak, to give your young whippersnapper a milkshake. I'm sorry, the president is coming in. I need you to do your job. And all of these politically correct statements of, we hold you to the high. Oh, give me a break. What standard are we holding people to? I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not allowed to just take a break in the middle of the big take because my daughter FaceTimes me. I have a job to do. And we're going to just dance around it on eggshells because, well, she's a female and she's doing that female. No. This can wait. Or your husband or your aunt or your grandmother or the parent or whoever can feed the child. And first of all, the child shouldn't even be there. So the more I thought about this during the break, this is the Secret Service. This isn't Paul Blart Mall Cop. What are we doing in this country?
Right. Those, here's the other piece of this. It makes no sense to me if this whole thing is true. It makes no sense to me that Trump's polling up, and that's when she supposedly needs to breastfeed. So I'm assuming she has a nanny or a family member or whatever who's there, right? Somebody else has to have the baby. Right. So then the whole thing just, none of it makes sense to me. It's ridiculous.
And this is from three sources within the Secret Service community, not one, not two, but three, telling Susan Crabtree from Real Clear Politics this happened. I watched the rally yesterday live. I sat down right at 5 o'clock because I wanted to watch the opening segment of the 5. They went to Trump right away. It might have actually started a few minutes earlier. It might have been towards the end of the Cavuto show that they broke into it. And by 5:17, it was over. So I don't have in front of me, and if I'm wrong, then I'll apologize. I have no idea how long that rally lasted and how long his speech was. But let's say it was 25 minutes long. That child couldn't wait 20, and trust me, I've had twins that are screaming their heads off and they want a bottle. I get it.
It has nothing to do with I think we're missing the point about the whole thing of the breastfeeding.
It's the culture.
It's the culture of this like, why are we? I have no women can do jobs, a lot of them better than men. But there's just some jobs that like women shouldn't be doing, and if you're a mother, especially
who just had a baby, and your function, your job is to take a bullet for the president. It's insanity.
But how is she not on paternity leave? I don't know, Dawn. How long do you breastfeed?
Not
for?
Paternity. She'd be on maternity leave.
I'm so wrong.
But no, you can. I mean, that's for me. It was Larry always says, honey, they're saying, Mom, where's lunch? But you can, a lot of people breastfeed till they're almost 2.
Okay.
I did like 18 months.
This is if this report is true, it just shows you how far, in my opinion, DEI has gotten.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And it's okay. So what Greg is saying is not sexist. And so we can celebrate women. And by the way, what a beautiful thing. And I said this on our YouTube chat. What a beautiful thing to talk about breastfeeding.
Yep.
It's natural, by the way, saves you at least $5,000 a year because formula is very expensive.
$5,000.
And if your kid has different allergies or lactose issues, it's the one milk. Remember back in the day, remember in Game of Thrones, and they would bring in the woman even to breastfeed like a dying person or give them the breast milk. You know what I mean? Because it's so healthy for humans. So anyway, I just think it's beautiful to talk about it, and it's beautiful to celebrate it. And for this Secret Service agent, to Nick's point, go on a leave, do a different job, and you can still do a job within law enforcement or whatever that's desk duty, or I'm sure there are lots of jobs, and there are lots of job openings, quite frankly.
I'd also like to know
protect the president.
I'd also like to know the specifics of what her assignment was specifically in the moment she left. I mean, and I'm just totally spitballing here. Is she supposed to be looking through binoculars? Does she have a scope with a rifle? Is she on a radio set doing communications? Like, what specifically was her task in the moment that she left the assignment to feed the child? Because I mean, we talk about being tone deaf, and this current administration being a PR nightmare. You can't have Secret Service agents leaving their responsibilities to breastfeed. And Greg, you mentioned the DEI thing, and you know what? My thoughts. I hate DEI, but look, if she meets every physical, and I don't know what the physical threshold requirements are to be a Secret Service agent, but if she meets them, that's fine. But if she doesn't, and she's there to fill a quota, that's the beef I have.
The problem is, Nick, I don't think if you're going on like a space mission or something like that, like if you're an astronaut and you're going to Mars, like you're going on a dangerous space mission, like if you're a mother, they don't let you go because God forbid something happens to you, that child's an orphan. And we could say how much dads are part of their children's life. I get all that. But like if something happens to my wife, my son's an orphan because I just can't, dads
can't replace moms.
I can't be his mother.
Right.
So like this whole thing where we're just saying that women can do anything that men can do is just like if you believe that a woman's like their job when they become a mother is to look after, and that should come first. If you're taking a bullet for the president or that's your job, you're selfishly putting yourself in front of your child, which is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. However, if Trump is asked about this, I hope that he says, I support breastfeeding. I think it's a beautiful thing.
I think Trump actually.
I love boobs.
So the kid is.
I love babies.
The kid is 4 months old, and Trump actually texted the kid and said this:
"Go home to your mom."
But I think and it'd be good for him to just say, I'm glad that she has her healthy baby and that she can breastfeed, and That's all I'm going to say about it.
If I'm Trump, we talked about him raging behind the scenes about his staff, yet he's like real low key and respectful about the Secret Service. I would actually be raging about the Secret Service these days, not so much my campaign staff. That's just me.
I mean, I think they have him covered, and thank God nothing happened. I think it is more the culture that's going on.
You think they have him covered? They didn't have him covered on July 13th. That roof wasn't covered.
I thought they beefed it up.
Some people are texting me and tweeting me. Let me say this: the women who have no children and are physically fit and can do every task that it takes, whatever that it takes to pass to be a Secret Service agent. I have no problem with women being Secret Service, but if you're a mother, especially a mother to a young child or a baby, hell no. Hell no! Or should you be a Secret Service agent?
Well, I mean, I guess I would just, and I'm not even trying to play devil's advocate. I give her credit for being selfless to the standpoint that she's willing to take a bullet for the president. Because I got to be honest, much like with Walz and Vance and military, I'm a big P word. Like I don't have the guts to join the military, and I value my life way too much to protect the president.
Well, I'll go one step further. She's selfish. She's selfish for her job requires her to take a bullet for the president. She's
selfish in a good way or a bad way?
In a bad way, because she could leave that kid without a mother.
I mean, you're not wrong in saying that.
I'm not.
I mean, I look at it as more of it's pretty courageous. I mean, like we make fun of the holster lady from July 13th, but. I mean, some of those people, females included, dove on top of the president. We can certainly point about all the failures of the Secret Service, but I do give these people credit for, I mean, I don't know what the Secret Service pays. I'll be off by $50,000 regardless of whatever I say. But, they got more
$13 an hour.
They make $18 an hour.
If this, I mean, again, we don't know, too, what her job was. Maybe she's not, I mean, if you're in the Secret Service, there's different details, right? So you're not necessarily the body shield for the president, right?
No, not everybody. I mean, obviously, it's the ones that are up on stage, right in the little cockpit below, basically, that have to jump up there. But after this report, if in fact, even whether or not this is true, it's time to subpoena Mr. Rowe back to Capitol Hill. Got to grill this guy again.
Well,
what is going on with your operation, dude?
The problem is that I'm sure the Secret Service agency couldn't get rid of her and say, well, you're a mother now. You can't be a Secret Service agent anymore. So they're kind of stuck too, because I don't know. This whole thing really makes me angry.
Yep.
It makes me angry, not the fact that she breastfed during the rally, which is something unto itself, but just the fact that we have mothers who this is their job is really upsetting to me.
Yeah, the reason that I seriously told the story of being at work and being on the 10 o'clock news on Fox 29 is that if you are at your job and your baby's at home, obviously a nanny or whatever brought her 4-month-old, and maybe the baby started crying and they ran in and said, "Hey, can you quickly breastfeed before he starts speaking?" I don't really know what the circumstance, but my point to you is that this whole idea that she had to feed the baby right then, she did not. Mm-hmm. And the whole idea that people get wrong is this whole nipple confusion thing. In other words, they could give the baby formula in a bottle and the baby will be fine. Do you know what I'm saying? She didn't even have to pump. Yeah. I'm being very serious. Because people get all nervous about that and they don't want to do the pump and it's, this and that. The other. Don't worry about it. If that baby's hungry, that baby's going to eat. And there's not this whole idea, this nipple confusion thing is a big lie.
Chris Eppolito just sent us a tweet to all three of us with a picture. He says, "Who would have thought on 8/15/24 we'd be talking about a mom breastfeeding and not this?" And the picture is Mayor Pete wearing like a fake breastfeeding kit.
Well, no,
Hashtag kayak and co.
And part of it, I love that we're having the conversation about what real natural-born women, the beauty of motherhood, the beauty of breastfeeding, which is healthy and natural.
And how did we arrive at that conversation? Because the Secret Service just can't do their job.
Well, they have under the Biden administration, they definitely have gone all to a culture that I think is an insult to women. And maybe this woman had to come back to work because of maternity leave or whatever.
Well, then put her on desk duty.
And put her on this, work with her in a way. I mean, it's the government, but maybe they gave her a hard time about it. I don't really know the ins and outs of it, but I simply think parts of this conversation are good to have.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, we'll get Dawn Stensland's Big Three, our morning mystery movie clip, the cut sheet part 2, and lots of your voicemails. It's going to be a fun closing stretch here of Kayal and Company, live on this Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Ship snappers moving from Kensington to Delco?
My uncle used to sell his gallstones at the Bazaar of All Nations out on Baltimore Pike. Had a nice establishment here, 3 different dart teams and 4 leagues, video poker, and hard-boiled eggs, pickled eggs. We keep them right out on the bar there.
See Joe Conklin in Delco at the Media Theater with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in. And you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high. It's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
I am Judith Krupnik, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. I drive an absolutely fabulous XC90 hybrid, the best of both electric and internal combustion. It's really an incredible Volvo. We are offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any 2024 XC90 hybrid in stock. If ever an XC90 was on your list, now is the time to visit Cherry Hill Volvo. $15,000.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Instead of the night, I hear the wolf owl, honey, sniffing around your door. Instead of the night, I feel my heart beating heavy, telling me you gotta have more.
I bring it.
Scaling Company, 922, rolling on here on this Thursday. Still ahead, your voicemails, the cut sheet part due, and Dawn's Big Three just moments away. But before that, we have to give away another pair of tickets to see 'Twas the Night Before, and we do that with our Morning Mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are my methods unsound? I don't see any method at all. I expected someone like you. What did you expect? Are you an assassin? I'm a soldier. You're neither. You're an errand boy. Sent by grocery clerks. To collect a bill.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
45 years ago today. How about that? 45 years have passed since this movie debuted in 1979. If you know that movie, be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you will get another pair of tickets to see 'Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil at the Met Philadelphia. It's coming up on December 19th at 7:30. Maybe a nice little Christmas time present. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Best of luck. See if we get our winner here in a few minutes. But before that, let's find out what's going on in the world of news and some crazy stories out there. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big Three at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal Company.
Sponsored by Discover Lancaster. So, number one, we do have both campaigns, the D's and the R's, in Pennsylvania. We've talked about the fact that Trump and J.D. Vance, his Veep candidate, they are holding that Bedminster, New Jersey news conference today at 4:30, so we'll await that word. But what about the fact that Trump will be holding a rally in Pennsylvania, Luzerne County, northeast Pennsylvania, known, of course, famous for its coal mining industry in the Poconos. He will be in Luzerne County, actually, this Saturday afternoon. And then the Kamala Harris camp will be in the Pittsburgh area that Sunday. So a lot of different rallies, but Pennsylvania is certainly the focus of both campaigns.
You know, I think when I think about rallies and campaigns, I've noticed, obviously we've talked about this. Trump has gone into traditional deep blue areas where Republicans typically don't venture to. I'm wondering when Kamala Harris will venture into necks of the woods that typically Democrats don't go to. You notice it's Philadelphia, it's Atlanta, it's Detroit, now it's Pittsburgh. When does Kamala come to the middle of Pennsylvania, right? Like if I'm the Trump campaign, maybe that's a talking point. I'm trying to expand. When is she going to go to Middle America? Because she claims to have selected Tim Walz as Mr. Middle America, middle class Minnesota guy, right? Interesting thing. Just pay attention to which cities she goes to.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, for Trump, he needs to win places like Luzerne County. And so that's, he's the campaign's smart to go there. But that's a great question. Is she going to go to any traditionally red areas?
Yeah.
Which is most of the country.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's talk about this one. A teenage girl on a field trip and this is making national news, to see a court and how the courts run. Well, she ends up in jail clothing as well as handcuffs because the judge didn't like her actions and or attitude. This is Judge Kenneth King. He asked the other kids in the courtroom whether or not this 16-year-old girl should be taken to juvenile detention. Now, the judge is doubling down on this. He's getting ripped by the girl's family, by even other judges and other advocacy groups. He says, I wanted this to look and feel very real to her because he said he actually referred to Scared Straight, which was that documentary about teen offenders in New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
This actually happened in a Detroit courtroom this week, but he said that her whole attitude, she kept falling asleep, and this is a field trip, and he's taking his time. She kept falling asleep, but even that it was almost like he said it was disturbing to him that she had this attitude, like he didn't have a right to make her wake up and stay awake. He didn't like that.
So it's a field trip. The girl falls asleep, and then the judge tries to make an example of her by what did he do to her now?
He initially said to her, he notices her falling asleep, so it wasn't just one thing.
Okay.
And so he wakes her up and he says, you fall asleep in my courtroom one more time, I'm going to put you in back. You understand?
Oh, wow.
And it was captured on video as far as his remarks. I know her mom is speaking out this morning saying that the mom she doesn't have permanent residency. She's, I guess, lost her job and she's a single parent, and the girl hasn't slept well. So the judge did talk to the mom and offered mentorship and to try to help. So at the end of the day, though, what's fascinating to me is some very left-wing kind of groups are slamming this judge.
Yeah.
Saying, hey, you went too far to make her go in the back. But there was a whole ongoing thing. He wakes her up, and then she starts falling asleep. Then she gives him lip. She gives him attitude. There's a back and forth.
Oh, this is like Vernon in the Breakfast Club at detention. Hey, what's her name back there? Wake her up. Hey, Missy, this isn't a rest home. Yeah.
So as a parent, I don't know. If my kid was like, I think to handcuff the kid and to make them change clothes, like,
oh, so he put her through the whole process?
Put her through jail clothes, had to wear handcuffs.
I mean, they're Scared
Straight. The bailiff took her in the back. I don't know.
Seems like
I don't know if I would.
Yeah, it seems like wrongful detention to me, right? Like, I mean, she didn't break any law.
Yeah, he threatened her with time in juvie, in detention. So really threatened her. So the mom came out and said, you don't have to embarrass my kid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I thought you guys would like this story.
I defend the parent here. I think and I'm a law and order guy, but this is just a typical little punk kid falling asleep that doesn't want to be on a boring field trip.
The judge is doubling down, though. He says, I'll do whatever needs to be done to reach all these kids and make sure they never end up in front of me.
Do we know what the political affiliation the judge is?
Oh, I don't know.
It would be really interesting if this was a Democrat judge that has a track record of leniency on punishment, then all of a sudden wants to play tough guy all of a sudden.
It's in Detroit. It would be rare that he would be a Republican and conservative.
Yeah.
But he sees every day in it. It's a juvenile courtroom, and so this is getting a lot of national. This morning. There are new developments with it, so I just wanted to bring that.
I mean, I have no problem with him saying, "Hey, wake up in my courtroom." I totally get that. You got to be respectful of a judge. That's they love that territory. That's their turf. But handcuffing and having them change, no, over the top.
Let's make a deal. This is RFK Jr. This is my trigger for Greg Stocker.
No, thank you. This scumbag.
So you know how RFK,
I hate them.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You know how we had reported, everybody was reporting that he had met with Donald Trump in person, and we talked a lot about that. And Nick gave his opinion on that whole situation, but he apparently made an offer to Trump. Hey, make me part of your administration. Well, now let's make a deal. He reportedly reached out with and met with Kamala Harris and her camp, offering to suspend his campaign and endorse her in exchange for a job in her potential future administration.
He's a snake. Hey, he's basically pimping himself to both sides just to latch on.
Everybody asked what his end game was because he's never going to be president.
Never.
He's probably not even going to be on most of the ballots in November. What was his end game? He was trying to get a job in either administration. The Kennedys are all snake. They're awful people. There's snakes in the grass. Every single one of them.
If you're either side, Trump or Harris, and you think you can, now let's say, here's the sales pitch back to him. Okay, we value you. We think you can help swing a few independents because you do have a little bit of a following.
Yeah.
Maybe it makes a difference in a state that you're possibly on the ballot on. You have to drop out now, though, right?
Sure.
It's like Kamala Harris. Well, I'm going to lower prices if you vote for me. No, you've had 4 years. So, Bobby Kennedy, you think you have something to offer, and I agree. You got to drop out now. It's not if I get elected.
This country's fascination with the Kennedys since 1960 is just disgraceful. Like they for a while they were like our royal family.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like people had pictures of JFK in their house. Well he was tag teaming Marilyn Monroe. I mean, they were scumbags. Every single one of them were scumbags. Sorry.
A spokesperson for Vice President Kamala Harris
had her in Chinese finger cuffs.
What?
Even that judge says that was excessive. Oh, those are the wrong cuffs.
Ooh, never heard of those. I claim. Harris's campaign spokesperson says, quote, no one has any intention of negotiating with a MAGA-funded fringe candidate who has sought out a job with Donald Trump in exchange for an endorsement. Boom.
Great. Good for them.
Poor Bobby. He's a man without a party.
Yeah.
I don't know what I want to do.
Go back to your millions.
Yeah. Why don't you go shoot another bear?
I hate them.
Dump some more carcasses in parks. You whack job.
Well, we are sponsored by Discover Lancaster. Adventure awaits in Lancaster County. Experience the thrill of kayaking and hiking with Sheik's. Now I'm going to say it wrong, and I actually called them with Sheik's Rock Outfitters. Explore scenic waterways and conquer rugged trails. Discover the beauty of nature. Visit discoverlancaster.com. Plan your trip today. Discover Lancaster, thank you for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. We've got John in Glen Mills who's got our movie identified. John, what movie did we play for you last segment?
Apocalypse Now.
Yeah. That is right. And the apocalypse could be coming on November 5th if Trump loses. John, congratulations. You've got the tickets for 'Twas the Night Before on December 19th.
I appreciate it. Thanks,
you got
guys.
it. Thank you very much. John out in Glen Mills. We appreciate you as well.
He was going to say he enjoyed the show, but you cut him off.
All right, we got a lot to get to here.
Jeez.
Trying to run a tight ship here, folks.
You are.
All right?
All right.
We'll come back and we'll find out what's on the cut sheet as well as the voicemails.
Yeah.
It's all still ahead. But first, let me tell you about my friends at Mercedes-Benz Piazza Auto Group. Oh, yeah, the C300 Coupe at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. If you're looking for a Mercedes-Benz that might fit your budget, this is the one. Sleek and stylish on the outside. It's packed with advanced technology on the inside. Touchscreen interface, AI voice recognition, sure to impress. The 2024 C300 features a 2-liter 4-cylinder engine, and this thing packs a strong punch, 255 horsepower. Available today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Shop online at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com and tell them in person that Nick sent you.
Crash Proof Retirement records all financial meetings. All promises made in recorded financial meetings become legally binding between Crash Proof Retirement and the investing client. Crash Proof Retirement provides all of their clients with a certificate of authenticity, further documenting that recording financial meetings brings fiduciary responsibility to the highest level.
Jack Gunning from Bluebell, Pennsylvania. I don't know whether anybody can offer you the security that Crash Proof Retirement does. I have a certificate that tells me they're a fiduciary. Everything is recorded and they have your best interest at heart. That certificate is 100% documentation that you know what they're saying is 100% correct. Other companies don't have this guarantee. This certificate means an awful lot for me, and it should mean an awful lot for you.
Certify your retirement future. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Tonight, 6:40 Phillies Nationals game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tonight.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Show coming up in 20 minutes. We'll find out what she has on tap at the top of the hour in just about 10. Your voicemails on the way. Get them in. Odyssey app. Tap that microphone as you're listening to us live. Spout off. Tune in. See if you made the cut.
Yeah.
In the meantime, let's find out what Stalker has left over on What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. What's in the Cut Sheet Part 2, sponsored by Discover Lancaster. Discover more of Lancaster. Head to Lancaster County this weekend with a family to enjoy the rides at Dutch Wonderland. It's a kingdom for kids. Just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com to plan your getaway. discoverlancaster.com. Yesterday in Asheville, North Carolina, Trump broke out props to show inflation.
Product placement.
Those props were Tic Tacs.
Tic Tacs.
Cut 21, Phil, go.
So, this is Tic Tacs, right? I don't know if I like the company. I've never met. I have no idea. They're so lucky. Look at all the television. This is the greatest commercial they ever had. But that's what happened. This is inflation. This is Tic Tac. This is Tic Tac. This is inflation. This is what's happened. I just happened to have, somebody gave me this one today. I said, I think we'll put it up as an example of inflation. So
There you go. It reminds me of the old ad of, this is your brain, and this is your brain on drugs, right? Remember that commercial in the 90s?
Yep.
Or maybe it was the late 80s? Great work out of that. And I thought that was spot on. And let me just say, first of all, I got to ask Sean Ferris tomorrow when he joins us to talk about Tic Tacs.
Yes.
Yep.
Let me ask you this, because when I was watching that live when it happened, when's the last time you either had a Tic Tac or even, remember you used to have a little, it looked almost like a roll of dimes, but it was like those little breath mints. Do people still use those? I haven't seen those in circulation.
In our sales meeting, they pass around those wintergreen lifesavers that are in the individual packets.
Well,
so yeah.
Then for a stretch, there were those little Listerine sheets.
Yep.
Remember those?
Oh, God.
You put them under your tongue.
Oof.
Yeah.
Horrendous.
That's a nice little prop there out of Trump. That's creative. I like that.
Yeah.
So his point is Bidenomics.
Yeah, getting
shrunk
less for
the
more.
Tic Tacs.
Yep.
Right.
That's correct.
Then he turned his attention to Kamala Harris. This is cut 15. Phil, go.
And everything Kamala Harris touches turns bad. It all turns bad. San Francisco was a great city. Now it's unlivable. California was a great state. Now it's unlivable. She breaks everything just like she broke the border, broke our economy. But soon we are going to fix every single problem Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have created, and we are going to save our country. We are going to save America. We're going to save America.
There you go.
I thought he was really on point yesterday. Again, I said I've watched the entirety of it, and he was really focused on policy, a lot of economy stuff. And then, of course, Copycat will be in Carolina tomorrow, and she's going to be doing a lot of distant. It's really interesting because Axios, I told you in the big take this morning, multiple reporters for Axios saying that privately she's really trying to separate herself from Joe on the economy. But you know what? He had a big hand in it.
All right, 9:45. Should we get to some voicemails?
Yeah, let's see what the old voice machine has lined up.
All right, here we go.
This is Randy. I actually just wanted to talk about my own poll numbers. My poll is way down for Kamala, but my poll has gone way up for Anna Paulina.
Yeah. But the MAGA bikini's been circulating again on the social media streets. I saw that yesterday.
Yeah.
Polls up, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Day and listen every day. Nick, you really gotta put some powder on that dome, man. I mean, the shine is crazy on YouTube. And also, Greg.
Yeah.
Why do you keep fondling your microphone all the time?
Sorry.
And,
It's a
you
habit.
have fun with yours too, Nick. Let's hear like Dawn never touches hers. Also, I'm glad that they moved the camera back on Dawn. Much better than it was in the past. Have a great day, guys.
Wow.
Don't you worry about what we touch or what we fondle.
I touch my microphone all the time. It's just it's like a nervous habit.
Yeah.
I like to lean on things when I'm talking.
Yeah.
So.
Vizzioli's the same way. He moves it around a lot. I like to have it positioned the way I have it, stationary. But, to each his own.
I used to like to actually stand up. But now, since we've, turned this into a TV show, I can't stand up anymore. So I used to like to stand up and do the show. But
while we're at Studio Dynamics, I would just love to one day do a talk show where I actually have my feet on the floor in a talk studio. I've never worked in a studio where like the table or the desk is low enough to have my feet on the floor. I'm always like in a high chair. I feel like I'm in a booster at Friendly's.
What's wrong with you?
Put a bib on you.
Yeah.
Why aren't you showing the video of Anna?
No, I guess if we would have produced this segment ahead of time, we would have. But
I'm sending it to Phil. You could just show it anytime.
Right. You can break down the tape at 10 o'clock, Don.
Good morning, everybody. It's Jimmy Matthews calling to remind everybody to say former President Trump. That's right. Joe Biden's still our president. At least for the next 89 days. Have a great day, everybody.
All right,
Thanks,
there he
Jimmy.
is, Jimmy
Thank you,
Matthews. His claim
LaSalle College High School.
His claim to fame is he's related to a guy from TV from the 90s.
I love Jimmy. Jimmy knows I love him. I'm just curious why he's so fixated on that one.
He's always fixated on the things that. Yeah. Well, but you know what? The YouTube chat's always fixated on what.
Yeah, that's true.
It's amazing what I've noticed this in radio for all these years of doing it.
Yep.
The observations of the audience is fascinating, isn't it?
I love it.
Right?
That's why I like. Some people are like, why do you read the YouTube chat and why do you read all it? Because I'm like, nothing offends me. I don't care. I'm just curious what they're saying. You know what I mean?
But with Jimmy, it's a bit.
Yeah.
It's right. It's his.
True.
It's his ongoing. It's our funny little thing.
Yep. All right.
Hola mi gente, es Jesús de North Philly. Sí, me gusta esa idea de tener Sean y Esti hacer ese programa de Trump y Kamala. Hazlo. Yo puedo llamar enfermo de trabajo. Hazlo.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I don't know. I mean, he could have cursed.
Yeah,
and would I have had to dump that?
What does Aslo mean? I like that word. Whatever that means, I'm going to start using that myself. I get the feeling he's excited for the debate between Trump and Kamala with our buddy Sean and Esther.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. I by the way, I took 3 years of Spanish in high school.
Did you?
I did.
All right, one more.
Chewbacca.
I love it. Oh, it's just too damn funny. This audience is amazing.
Jim, can I get that on my board?
It's amazing. All right, that's what we got. We will play the rest tomorrow. By the way, if you have not done so, please hit the microphone button if you're listening on the Odyssey app. Okay. Hit the microphone button if you're listening on the Odyssey app and leave us a voice message. We'll play them every day at 9:45.
There you go. All right, the Dawn Show coming up top of the hour. We find out what she has lined up about 11 minutes out.
Yeah, so I may have a little scoop on what's up at Bedminster, so listen carefully, kids.
Does it involve a
lot
tea
of
time
activity.
for a guy named Nick Kayal?
No. This is Trump is holding a news conference. What is that about? So we may have a break. We might have some breaking news. So we're watching for that one happening today. So the two interviews that Henry set up, one is, and this is just off the beaten path kind of stuff, because right now I'm searching for what to watch, because we're in between Game of Thrones just ending and waiting for everything else to start. So one of them, I love this, season 3 of The Oxygen, True Crimes Killer Relationship with Faith Jenkins. So we'll have some great interviews coming up. So one is 10:20, the other is 11:10, and the other one is The Mountain Within Me.
Oh.
Do you have a mountain within you?
Yeah, baby.
Is that a mountain in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
So we'll have some fun and talk about some great new documentaries and that sort of thing. Talk to their producers and EPs and superstars. It'll be fun. But we'll cover all the news of the day, of course. And like I say, we might have some breaking news about what's up at Bedminster with Trump there and J.D. Vance today.
Sounds good. Dawn Show just about 10 minutes from now as we find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, August 15th, we celebrate the birthdays of Pete York from the Spencer Davis Group, who's now 82, Tom Johnston, the lead singer for the Doobie Brothers, who's now 76, and Tommy Aldridge from Whitesnake, who's now 74. Singles include Love in an Elevator by Aerosmith in 89 off Pump, United by Judas Priest in 80, and Feel Like Making Love by Bad Company in 75. Albums include Into the Outdoor by Led Zeppelin in 79, Flick of the Switch by AC/DC in 83, and Blind Rage by Accept in 2014. Also in 91, Paul Simon gave a free concert in Central Park. On the same day, Nirvana played a show in LA and invited fans to attend their video shoot for Smells Like Teen Spirit. In 81, Pat Benatar topped the album chart with Precious Time. In 83, Paul Simon married Carrie Fisher. And in 65, the Beatles played Shea Stadium. But lastly, couldn't pass on this piece of news because on this day in 69, it's day one of Woodstock in Bethel, New York. Richie Havens opened the show at 5:07 p.m. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
All right, Philip, very good. Thank you very much. Breaking news from the Associated Press. Tim Walz and J.D. Vance have now officially agreed to the October 1st Veep debate on CBS. So that's official.
And also, Pat on Twitter says the RFK Jr. story is fake because he went on Twitter and denied it. He lies. Let me just say it again. He denies everything. I didn't leak that video where I taped Trump either. He lies.
What story is he claiming is fake?
That he called Kamala Harris for a.
He definitely did.
Those reports.
He's backtracking.
So the Harris campaign confirmed it and released a statement.
Yeah, he's backtracking.
The Washington Post and CNN citing sources from the campaigns.
He's a liar.
I'm not saying that. I'm just reporting to you the sourcing.
I'm saying he's a liar.
Who won Twitter?
Eagles Jojo wins Twitter. He says, Nick, you would have thrived in the military. Anyone would, because there are apparently no standards in the military now.
Oh, yeah. Nowadays, if you want an out-of-shape 40-year-old fat guy, I'm your guy.
You are?
Yeah. I could thrive today.
And you could breastfeed.
All right, we have to go.
All right, I'm getting off pump. I'm getting off mic. Dawn is up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. I'll try not to embarrass the station at Citizens Bank Park today.
Please don't.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, everybody.
Two legends, one can. Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world, is now available in a can. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey mixed with Coca-Cola or Coca-Cola Zero Sugar are available in a can. Is there any better time than summer grilling season for a cold Jack and Coke? Jack and Coke in a can. Born for the backyard. Available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Go to finewineandgoodspirits.com. Please drink responsibly. Whiskey special.